Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
It's science.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
The problem here, the county needs to step up and own it and resolve it and get this water out of here.
I don't want reality.
Say that.
You
should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Right now.
I see that you know your judo well.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Oh, never occurred to me. Interest is just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
So hot right now.
China. China. Have to have my China. People from China, they love me.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, we're gonna get your children jobs.
Hey, what's the matter? Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. This is a great day. Thanks for being sad. What? That's hot.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
What now?
A fucking bitch.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! Aren't I a good guy?
Close enough, just like my wife's vagina. Don't even play.
Well, here we are again. It's been an entire 48 hours since we've seen each other last. Which means we have even more things to talk about. Better buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. We have a long and arduous journey ahead of us. Alright. Oh god, I'm on top chat. That's a disaster. Well, good to see you all. Aaron W, Disco Wolf, Philip Blair, 123, Moa Noep, Styx Dragon Sharon, Schmagley, B-Cat, Rude Interplanet Janet, Bob Carmody, and Jerry McLean. And also Faraday, both of you getting in there right at the end. Good to see you all. We've got a great deal to discuss today. It's been a very eventful 48 hours and is currently, as we speak, events happening out there in the world somewhere. We're gonna go straight into it today. We're gonna go right into U.S. politics here. Should be interesting. And then, I mean, as you see in the title, Hurricane Helene is currently making landfall in the bend of Florida, bringing potentially 18 to 20 foot storm surges at a Category 4 hurricane. We will certainly be talking more about that later. Let's start here in NBC News from a day ago. Apparently, an Ohio organization representing Haitians is seeking criminal charges against Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Illegal.
Our clients at the Haitian Bridge Alliance are seeking the arrest and prosecution of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Saboo Chandra filed the charges on behalf of the Haitian advocacy group Tuesday in Clark County.
Sorry, I'm just going to back that up really quickly. Just try that again.
Our clients at the Haitian Bridge Alliance are seeking the arrest and prosecution of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Saboo Chandra filed the charges on behalf of the Haitian advocacy group Tuesday in Clark County. They accused the pair of fear-mongering that legal Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio are eating their neighbors' pets.
That there were 33 bomb threats as a result of Trump and Vance's conduct, that schools were shut down, that City Hall was shut down, that universities were shut down.
Illegal.
That parents had to keep their kids home from school.
Chandra saying Ohio Statute 2935.09 allows private citizens to file criminal charges alleged against Trump and Vance are disrupting public services, making false alarms, committing telecommunications harassment, among others.
You can't cry fire falsely in a crowded theater, and you similarly can't persistently and relentlessly make false statements that you know your megaphone causes other people to go bananas.
Still, a law professor at Cleveland State University says it's unlikely the charges will stick.
Any judge, I think, is going to be very concerned. They're going to have serious First Amendment concerns. I think it's very unlikely that a court would try to stretch the law to cover that.
Stretch the law to cover a presidential candidate making just completely false and inflammatory claims. It's totally fine, apparently. First Amendment, you can say whatever you want, no matter how problematic it is, apparently. Unless you're a student and you are protesting, say, Israel and the government and your college funding the genocide that it's enacting in Gaza, then that's when the law gets involved. That's when it's gone too far.
The afternoon, former President Trump's team releasing a statement saying in part, President Trump is rightfully highlighting the failed immigration system that Kamala Harris has overseen, bringing thousands of illegal immigrants pouring into communities like Springfield and many others across the country. President Trump will secure our border and put an end to the chaos that illegal immigration brings to our communities.
Jesus Christ. What a joke. What a joke. It's an official presidential campaign statement right here. Completely false? I mean, it's wild. It's not just him and JD. It's the whole team stands by these lies and will continue to purport them because no one will be stopping them, apparently. I mean, according to that guy, this lawsuit's not even going to stand. I mean, I don't know. I would like to see some consequences for this kind of shit. But, yeah, it seems weird how the First Amendment is sort of applied in a... sort of, what's the word? Sliding scale, sometimes. Usually it's for people with power. They get to say whatever the fuck they want. Alright, let's go here. Talk more about all of this and how these sort of inflammatory types of statements and other things are dragging down the ticket.
That's where I'm interested in why JD Vance is on every single Sunday talk show, right? Like, I was wondering, is it a humiliation ritual? Like, is this just, is Trump too lazy? Does he want to be golfing on Sundays? Like, JD Vance has been so visible despite these historic unfavorables. So I was just like, you know, Trump's always been a numbers ratings guy, right? Like, he sees these numbers, or does he? Like, have we crossed the Rubicon with Donald Trump, where everybody's loomered, everybody is a part of the cult, and he's looking at like these junk Republican polls that have him in a close race or up or whatever, and not losing momentum? I'm not sure, but it feels like he's lost. He always, even, you know, when he was at his most insane, he was always able to like lick his finger and put it to the wind and determine where it was going. He's lost his internal ballast, and I think it's because everyone's a loomer.
Yeah, no, I think that's largely right. Although I will say there's a lot of junk polls, but there are a few good polls that also show a close race. I mean, it is, but on the Vance thing, I mean, it's a very interesting question because Vance is he's the most hated figure of the, 4 people on major political tickets. He's like has worse favorabilities than Trump, but and much worse than Walz, but who actually has favorable approval. But what the reporting is that the Trump people actually value Vance, and they think that he's able to reach alienated young men with the sort of cat lady talk, and that this is going to be their lifeline, and that if there's enough sort of like unpolitical young men who have a lot of gender grievance, who kind of blame women for their problems in life, and that Vance is going on all the talk shows and also on all the podcasts, he can reach them. Now, do I believe that theory is going to work? I don't think so, but that does seem, I mean, it does.
I mean, the thing about this theory right here, and I mean, it's not that that's not what it appears that the Trump campaign's doing, but like their plan to somehow win more of the disaffected man vote, as if they don't already have it. You look at the polls, and that is the one place where Donald Trump is still winning, with men. And so, doubling down on that isn't really, I don't think, a great way to sort of expand your appeal, or it doesn't make, and I mean, it if anything, it just sort of pigeonholes yourself further into that sort of place, right?
Really seem that the Trump people think that Vance is a political asset, despite like everything that we're seeing in the polls.
I want to talk about that, but I also want to talk about it from Vance's perspective. But just staying on that theory, was that theory? I mean, it becomes more problematic what you have to do to get those guys, right? Literally those guys, in the context of a run against Kamala Harris, right? Because there's a higher sensitivity to what's going on in terms of like what you need to motivate those disaffected male voters with misogyny and racism. There's almost like it becomes more of a narrative in some way when Harris is on the ticket. Like, they're running the play that they had for Biden, right? We're going to undercut his white working class bona fides, and we're going to juice that situation. And then presumably there'd be other things happening where they would attempt to sort of get more the middle road. Like, we'll have Vance over here. He'll be our attack dog. He'll go somewhat, low level podcasts and, sort of, and then,
I mean, he's their man among the insults. They think that there's enough insults in America.
And then they would be able to be freed to, like, Trump could be more moderate and hang back and appeal to the.
Well, Trump screwed that up with the cats eating the dogs thing. Like, so now Vance is on
really off balance.
duty.
But I'm saying that was a Biden's strategy, right?
No. I mean, I think it's also the case. It's almost like drugs. Like, if you're on drugs, you need more and more drugs to get that juice up, to get that high. So
they need to go to the next step here. Just fully embrace it now. No more dog whistles. Why would childless cat men have animosity against childless cat ladies? Is that sarcasm? I mean, I feel like a lot of the polls show that just happens to be the case. Why that is, I think that's a psychological question to answer.
So I've often felt that the racism and misogyny was something that the GOP is addicted to, and they're reaching the stage where, it's not enough to say welfare queens. You got to be talking about Haitians eating cats and dogs. It's not enough to say like Murphy Brown. You got to be saying like, these childless cat ladies are ruining America. And as you say, like, there's a trade-off. Like, the more you talk like that, the weirder you are, and you like are seen as weird, and that explains why Vance has historically, there's actually even Dan Quayle and Sarah Palin were not as unpopular as JD Vance is right now as a vice presidential candidate. So yeah, I mean, if I'm going by the polling, I'm thinking their strategy is not working. But I mean, that is their thinking. And I think Trump has always had in 2016 this idea of this sort of coalition of the disaffected. You get enough groups of people with grievances. You get the Gamergate people, you get the incels, you get the pickup artists, you get the anti-vaxxers. You throw out enough dog whistles to these small groups, but they can add up to a winning coalition. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This year it feels different. I don't think they're getting the juice.
And it feels like a hard, way to do all this, right? What polls? What do you mean? We were talking about. Are you still talking about the same thing we were just talking about? Because it shows that, generally speaking, young childless men tend to have that sort of predilection. Not necessarily. It's not a guarantee. It doesn't show all 100% of all childless men, childless cat men, or whatever you were saying, which sounded sarcastic, which is why I initially thought this was fucking a sarcastic statement. But I mean, it just shows that as a majority, not all, right? It's I don't have a poll in front of me. I don't think it's a necessary thing for us to do right now. But you know, I've certainly seen some in the past. You know, it's not like I have some sort of library of polls sitting around. All right, let's go here to Mitch McConnell, who had some stuff to say here.
I'm prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal. I think we should eliminate the filibuster for Roe. These are the words of the Vice President of the United States and the Democratic nominee for president. Our willingness to shatter the institution of the Senate is not unique. Nearly every single one of our Democratic colleagues was willing to do it 2 years ago, and they would have succeeded had 2 members of their own caucus not stood in the breach.
I find this whole sort of line from Mitch McConnell here fascinating. I mean, because let's remember, Mitch, if you don't recall, the last 8 years. Let's actually discuss. let's quickly hit those up. But remember what Mitch McConnell just said. He's saying that Kamala Harris was willing to forego, you know, congressional traditions like the filibuster in an attempt to, you know, get an agenda done, right? And that was some, you know, that's just somehow just outrageous for someone to suggest doing, to somehow go against tradition. Well, I feel like Mitch is forgetting some stuff. Now, he is getting pretty old, but considering I think he sees that as an accomplishment. But hey, I don't understand how the mind works all the time. People do crazy stuff. All right, let's start with here. 8 years ago, NBC. This was, at the time, 8 months before the election. Barack Obama was attempting to get a Supreme Court confirmation done. Here's what Mitch McConnell had to say about that at the time.
It is the president's constitutional right to nominate a Supreme Court justice, and it is the Senate's constitutional right to act as a check on a president and withhold its consent. The American people may well elect a president who decides to nominate Judge Garland for Senate consideration. The next president may also nominate somebody very different. Either way, our view is this: give the people a voice in filling this vacancy. The American people are...
Oh, he wants... See, I think what he's saying is... Although this isn't actually what he's saying. This is what I wish he was saying. I wish he was saying, we should let Americans vote on Supreme Court justices. That's not what he's saying at all. What he's saying is, we are going to delay this in any way possible right now. And so we're saying that since we're about a year away from an election, we're just not gonna do it, right? That was Mitch. That was Mitch back then. Back when Vice President Biden here looked a bit more spry than he does now, although not that much. Not that much more spry looking. He's got about 15 more hairs, you can clearly see, but now let's go here to this. This was from 4 years ago. Back when Donald Trump started nominating Supreme Court justices in the middle of the presidential election, literally like 2 months away from, less than 2 months away from the election. Here was Mitch McConnell once again.
Well, as all of us have pointed out, we have an obligation under the Constitution, should we choose to take advantage of it, with a president of the same party as the Senate, to advance the nomination. And we will certainly do that this year. This Senate is in, current Senate elected the last time in 2018 will be here till the end of the year, and the president will be here till January 20th.
But do you understand why many Americans view this as a double standard?
I can only repeat that we have an obligation under the Constitution, should we choose to take advantage of it, to fill the vacancy, and I assure you that's very likely to happen.
Wait, that's very weird. So he's saying that now they have an obligation under the Constitution to get it done. A complete contravention of the previous statement. So if he really cares about, standards and traditions in Congress, and in the Senate, like in general, he should, it's just an idea for him, as the most elder statesman, or at least one of the most elder statesmen, he should consider upholding the traditions that he supposedly holds so dear. Otherwise, when he starts pearl clutching about them, people are going to start remembering stuff about things. Vance apologized for his wife not being white and said, "But I love her." He did do that. It was truly mind-boggling and incredibly racist to his own wife. It was one of the most painful things to watch ever. Now, here's somebody else who seemingly forgot the past, or is I guess she might be leaning into it. Hard to say. Hold on, I have to, there's apparently some sort of a beetle situation happening in a little state called Colorado. Let's see how their, at least one of their representatives has to say about these beetles.
From Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let the beetle battle begin. The beetle kill epidemic in Colorado in the west.
Let the beetle battle begin. I couldn't even get through that. It was too hard. I'm sorry, I have to go back. We have to try again. We have to let the beetle battle begin.
Woman Reserves, gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let the beetle battle begin. The beetle kill epidemic in Colorado in the western United States is a problem that we must address. I drive by these dying forests on a regular basis, and seeing the tinderbox that is created is a huge devastation. The carbon emissions that are released from a catastrophic wildfire are very harmful and impactful.
I found this particular part of the statement to be utterly fascinating, to hear Lauren Boebert upset and concerned about wildfires in any way.
To my state of Colorado and the West, so I say it's time to do something about the beetle kill. And Mr. Chair, I would like to yield to the chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Westerman.
Jill.
Well, you may know what's coming next. I don't know what's in your head. But, I haven't forgotten about this. Maybe she has, or you have, but Let's all try and remember this moment from, was this a year ago?
Boebert. Say it 3 times and she appears in security video from a weekend performance of Beetlejuice, where the congresswoman was kicked out of the theater for being disruptive. The DCPA says she was vaping. Boebert's team denied that, said the haze was from fog machines in the show. That claim goes up in smoke when you see the video. The pregnant woman sitting behind Boebert told the Denver Post she asked her to stop vaping, and Boebert refused. Her one-woman show continued, taking flash photos, raising her hands and dancing, often the only one clapping or standing up in the crowd. Boebert occasionally took a break from being disruptive to enjoy the company of her male companion. He briefly had a grasp of the situation before ushers returned and told Boebert she had to leave. The theater...
I guess she's just trying to remind us all of this moment. This, her most classy of moments.
Incident report says Boebert pulled the "Don't you know who I am" card on the way out, appearing to give theater employees the single-finger salute.
Thanks for watching.
I don't understand it. We have 20 likes and 0 emotional support. That is not nearly enough emotional support, and I'm going to deal with that right now. Watch that happen. Where's my... What happened? Oh my god. What is going on?
Ushers at Denver's Buell Theater had to escort Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert out of her performance of Beetlejuice this weekend after getting complaints about vaping, taking pictures, and causing a disturbance. We just got a hold of the video from inside the theater Sunday night. An incident report detailed it, and city sources confirmed to 9 News that Boebert and the person she was with were the subject of complaints. Audience members said the two were vaping and singing, and when asked to leave, got argumentative. Boebert.
I mean, everybody just keeps glossing over the fact that they were both getting around second base over here in the middle of the fucking theater. But hey, whatever. Oh, now I've glossed over the fact that I completely neglected your support characters. Here we go. Got one on each side, starting it off here. You got a Jessica and a Bacula. A Jessicula. A Jessicula start. There we go. Anyways, just Lauren Boebert just wanted to remind us of that very, very classy sort of conduct. Okay, it's totally normal. Let's talk about a different lady who has been out of the spotlight, just, I mean, truly, practically non-existent. Here's Melania Trump discussing the assassination attempt of her husband on what I believe was Fox News.
First, the Secret Service was not available too because they were with him, right? And then after that, I got the Secret Service on the phone and they said that he's okay. We are on the way to the hospital. He will be okay.
And were you able to talk to him on the phone eventually?
Yes, I did.
And then a few weeks later, there's another attempt on your husband's life at your golf course.
I was in New York City, actually, and I saw it on the television.
It's just so funny both times. Both times that Donald Trump gets shot at or somebody tries to kill Donald Trump, she is nowhere nearby. She is multiple states away, just doing whatever, doing her own thing. You know, it's probably not in the prenup.
Life at your golf course.
I was in New York City, actually, and I saw it on the television. And as soon as I saw it on television, I called again And he was okay because Secret Service were great. The guys that they were with him, they were fantastic. And I think both of the events, they were really miracles.
What a true American. What a true American, that Melania Trump. Say that again, Melania, what was that?
Both of the events, they were really miracles.
Yes, yes. True American, Melania Trump. Both were really miracles. They were just such a miracles, you know? I do know, Melania. I do. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's move on to this. If you didn't hear this story, I was thinking this to myself while watching this video earlier. I wonder what's going on with that prenup of Melania's. And this is an unverified story, okay? I just want to urge that. But, you know, this is the sort of thing that sort of does fall under gossip to some degree. Here is something called Page 6, which is, I believe, some sort of an internet journalism outfit. Apparently, according to them, Melania Trump quietly negotiated a prenup with Donald ahead of the potential second presidential term. Sources tell Page 6 that Melania Trump has quietly renegotiated her prenuptial agreement with Donald Trump in advance of his potentially serving a second term in the White House. An insider told us the agreement between the couple who married in 2005. Over the last year, Melania and her team have been quietly negotiating a new post-nup agreement between herself and Donald Trump. This is at least the third time Melania has renegotiated the terms of her marital agreement. The source added that it's not because the former First Lady is going anywhere, but rather about maintaining and assuring the future of her son, Barron Trump. The new agreement also provides for Melania and spans money and property, according to the source. Now, if this is true, okay, hypothetically, if this is true, my thinking is that maybe some of that money is contingent upon appearances, right? If it was pre the election campaign, right? Like this came out 11 months ago. If it was pre the election campaign, maybe it was like, all right, for every appearance I make this much money. But because Donald's down on cash right now, he is hurting real bad for cash with all of the judgments and the lawyers he's got to pay up for. Maybe that's why we just don't see Melania ever. She's like, you know, I'm just gonna sit in my hotel rooms and have a nice times with myself and have some room service, perhaps. All right, that's German, not Russian. That's bad. And actually, she's not Russian, right? She's Slovenian. Whatever it is. Actually, I don't think Slovenian's right either. What? Now I'm just gonna look it up. It's too late now. Too late now. Hard typing it. Is she Slovenian? I was right. I did something right, finally. Write that down, chat. September 26th, 2024. StreamLord did something right. Alright, let's go here. Let's talk about... Let's not talk about Haitians. Let's talk about Donald's recent rhetoric about women. Since we're already talking about women, that being Melania, let's talk about Donald's general feelings on the subject.
Harris is leading in Michigan by a small lead, a greater lead in Wisconsin, according to the latest polls. course, this comes on the heels of the polls yesterday, New York Times, showing that she is trailing in the Sun Belt states. However, this came up the last time there was a big New York Times poll. The polling seems to think that Democratic turnout is going to be higher in the Rust Belt states than in the Sun Belt states, which is, maybe a valid assumption, maybe not. Arizona does have abortion on the ballot, so it's sort of
Nevada.
Hard to imagine, but that's, take it for what it's worth. I mean, the polls, nothing of none of them.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this to some degree as well, right? We've been looking at the polls pretty relentlessly here, at least a few times a week. And it checks, it tracks. I mean, but the fact is we've already done the electoral map. Maybe we should do another electoral map, maybe tomorrow or this weekend. But the fact is that even without the Sun Belt states, Kamala can win. And the fact is she's still ahead in Nevada, and in at least two of those three, two of the Sun Belt states there are just insanely close, like have been tied multiple times in the last month on the aggregate. And I prefer to look at things on the aggregate rather than poll by poll, right? Because these polls only take in so many people per poll. So in my thinking, adding them together is probably better than not. Because it's just one question that they're asking them. Trump or Kamala? More data can't be bad.
Times has been skewing more favorably to the Republicans now for 2 polls in a row. And, that they're an A+ poll, but they also had a more rosy picture about the midterms as well. So we'll see if that pattern holds in terms of some of the pollsters being a little bit more tilted towards Republicans like they were in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, take it for a grain of salt. Nevertheless, Harris on Wisconsin Public Radio today said that she supports ending the 60-vote threshold to advance legislation in the Senate. That's the filibuster in the instance of abortion law. And this is relevant for 2 reasons. One, if the Democrats manage to maintain a 50-50 split with a Democratic vice president being the tiebreaker, 2 of the people who are against this, at least one of them, Joe Manchin, and maybe Kristen Sinema, it's hard to tell, in terms of suspending the filibuster rule, are gone.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. And we were just talking about the filibuster, which Mitch McConnell was just so outraged about the suggestion of getting rid of, but the fact is he has no legs to stand on as it relates to, congressional tradition and or really he has very few legs to stand on and is really crumbling before our eyes. It's actually a tough watch, most Mitch McConnell speeches, not gonna lie.
A civil court, the finding of defamation against him from E. Jean Carroll, the judge also found that wasn't a criminal standard, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but certainly the preponderance of the evidence was that Donald Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll.
Liable for sexual battery, found in that civil case.
Mm-hmm. And so, but Donald Trump has a message for American women. Don't worry, I'm coming.
Sadly, women are poorer than they were 4 years ago, much poorer, are less healthy than they were 4 years ago, are less safe on the streets than they were 4 years ago, are paying much higher prices for groceries and everything else than they were 4 years ago, are more stressed and depressed and unhappy than they were 4 years ago, and are less optimistic.
Oh my God. He genuinely just... Remember when we listened to Fox News making fun of Kamala Harris for saying the same word a bunch of times over a period of time in a montage. This is one sentence, and he's already said, he's
confident in the future than they were 4 years ago. I believe that. I will fix all of that and fast, and at long last, this nation and national nightmare will end. It will end. We've got to end
did a little
this
rhyme there.
national nightmare. Because
my God. How many times did you just say 4 years ago in a row? Must have been at least half a dozen times.
I am your protector. I want to be your
I'm going to
protector.
protect everybody.
I have to be your protector. I hope you
Everybody's
don't make too
protected
much
now.
of it. I hope the fake news doesn't go, oh, he wants to be their protector. Well, I am. As president, I have to be your protector. I will make you safe at the border, on the sidewalks of your now violent cities, in the suburbs where you are
Now they're violent.
migrant criminal siege.
They weren't violent when I was president, but now they are. It's all changed.
And with our military protecting you from foreign enemies, of which we have many today because of the incompetent leadership that we have. You will no longer be abandoned, lonely, or scared.
Whoa.
You will no longer be in danger. You're not going to be in danger any longer. You will no longer have anxiety from all of the problems our country has today. You will be protected, and I will be your protector. Women. Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free.
Yes.
You will no longer be thinking about abortion. That's all they talk about.
No.
Because you've done something that nobody else could have done. It is now where it always had to be, with the states and a vote of the people.
Yeah.
That's what everybody wanted it all the time. They always wanted it, the states. That's why we had a Supreme Court ruling, so the states could deal with it instead. That's how that works.
I am largely speechless. You have nothing to worry about. I will slowly place my hand over your mouth.
Is this very creepily sort of quasi-religious, sort of Messiah-like figure that he's trying to portray himself? Just like for a while, I felt like he was just a little narcissistic, right? But you know, over the years, I've started to really think that he actually thinks he's Jesus. But, ladies, I mean, you are now protected. Well, will be protected if you vote for Trump, apparently. I mean, he's going to solve all of your problems. That's what he said. You've been having a lot of stuff, according to him, going on. All that lady stuff. But he's got all the solutions for it. By making abortion a thing of the past. That's the thing that's stressing you out, ladies. Okay, let's go here. Donald Trump, he has got some economic ideas for everybody. Let's see what those are. I'm sure they're totally normal, fully flushed out, and sort of, you know, kind of thing that's not going to be bad for Americans.
I don't want reality.
Under my leadership, we're going to take other countries' jobs. We're going to take their factories, and we had it really rocking 4 years ago. We're going.
I forgot. I have these clips out of order. I mean, this is also about the economy, and God damn it, I forgot that this is this one. Oh, sorry. We gotta start over. I was not prepared for that. By the way, to anybody in chat who lives in a different country, well, you might want to start preparing because this could be the future.
Under my leadership, we're going to take other countries' jobs. We're going to take their factories, and we had it really rocking 4 years ago. We're going to bring thousands and thousands of businesses and trillions of dollars in wealth back to the good old U.S.
Oh. I can't. I just can't. I can't get through it. I can't get through it. We were like 15 seconds into this thing, and I have just broken down. I cannot complete this whole thing. I keep having to go back because I've been trying to clip more lately, and me just straight up laughing through the whole clip's probably not great. Probably not great, but so if you need catching up to this point, Donald Trump is gonna take all of the jobs back from the other countries. There's a bunch of jobs in other countries. Okay, if you're in England or France or I don't know, Guatemala or Kenya, China, Donald Trump is gonna bring the jobs back from there. Okay, too bad. You know, you might work at a Jaguar factory or maybe you work at Huawei. Nope, that's done. All these companies are now going to be American companies. Okay, we're going to be like this is the plan, right? All of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, they're all going to be American now. Trillions and trillions of dollars coming back. I mean, that's his plan. That's what he's saying. He's literally going to bring companies that are not even American and force them to become American companies. I don't even know how any of that is in any way enforceable or not a fiction. But just this whole thing is just such a nonsense. This is such a nonsense statement.
Under my leadership, we're going to take other countries' jobs. We're going to take their factories, and we had it really rocking 4 years ago. We're going to bring thousands and thousands of businesses and trillions of dollars in wealth back to the good old USA. And under my plan, American workers will no longer be worried about losing your jobs to foreign nations. Instead, foreign nations will be worried about losing their jobs to America. I want German car companies to become American.
Does he even understand how economics works? The whole reason why any jobs ever left the United States to go anywhere else from the beginning was because of labor cost. It was because American companies realized that they could make factories in different countries, pay the people of those countries less money than they would Americans, and then ship it back and still have it be cheaper than paying Americans a minimum wage, right? And like I don't understand what he doesn't is not even clear about. Well, not yet. He'll be clearer later, I think. But
Our companies, I want them to build their plants here. I want to beat China in electronics production. We have to do that. He's the greatest genius, the greatest.
Oh, this is amazing. I have no idea how he proposes doing half of any of this. I mean, like, I have a vague idea on some of it, but then when he says, I'm going to beat Alina, I can't even say it because it's just it's such a mind-bogglingly nonsense statement. It's hard to even say. He's going to beat China on electronics. I don't know what that means, but the mind barely boggles.
Electronics production, and we'll be able to do that easily. We have the greatest genius, the greatest minds here, and then we end up building them in different places. A lot of that's really stupid tax.
You know that we grant, like just a litany of visas every single year to people from other countries to come here, you know, to be part of that supposed brain trust that he's talking about. You know, otherwise, if we were relying on the United States educational system pre-college, we'd be fucked. Oh my God.
Policy. I want GE, IBM, and every other manufacturer that left us to be filled with regret and come sprinting back to our shores, and they will. So as your president, here is the deal that I will be offering to every major company and manufacturer on earth. I will give you the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs.
It's not really a deal so much as a very vague statement. Lowest taxes and energy costs. He doesn't say what the tax, at least yet. Later he does actually. We're going to go to a clip where he does actually start making some of these ideas clear. It does not help with the actual following through of any of these plans that he has. But he does at least elucidate on some of this. But it's just vague. It's just vague as shit. Lower energy cost, lower taxes. We're going to be the new Cayman Islands.
The lowest regulatory burden and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet, but only if you make your product here in America. It all goes away if you don't make your product here.
I mean, the only way that I think he can make that happen is by making the tax rate literally zero for corporations that manufacture in the United States, which is insane. I mean, they're already, many of them, paying an effective tax rate of near zero. Now he's going to make the actual tax rate zero. I mean, I think what that would do, if he were to keep the rest of the tax structure in place, would mean that many corporations would just be paying a negative tax rate. Most corporations, then. Because there's already a bunch that are already doing that. I think they would be, you know, like, would be just giving out huge corporate, you know, what do you call them? My brain just broke. Like refund checks, right? Like every year we would just be like sending out multi-billion-dollar refund checks to everybody. Oh my God, this is where we're at. By everybody, no, I do not mean you. I mean all of the multinational, already multi-billion dollar corporations. Not you, silly. No. No. We're probably going to have to raise your taxes. Whoever, if you're listening to this right now, it's almost a guarantee we're going to have to raise your taxes to do anything close to that. Now, here is perhaps one of those ways right now.
This new American industrialism will create millions and millions of jobs, massively raise wages for American workers, and make the United States into a manufacturing powerhouse like it used to be many years ago. The centerpiece of my plan is for a manufacturing renaissance, which will...
Donald Trump clearly does not understand what the American, you know, aspect of industrialization, like the switch from where we were to where we are now as it relates to capitalism, right? Like, and why we're no longer a manufacturing nation and why we are a services economy now and all this stuff. Like, I think all he knows is what he's heard on Fox News from people like Sean Hannity and Larry Kudlow and people like that. And I even feel like Larry Kudlow's over Donald. I know he listens to him. Oh, God. He's on a real roll today.
Be a 15% made in America tax rate.
Whoopsies.
The business tax.
Sorry.
Wages for American workers and make the United States into a manufacturing powerhouse like it used to be many years.
Whoa. Down with StreamLord? That's very hurtful, Badass. Why would you say that? What did I do? What did I do to you? I'm just telling you stuff about what's happening right now. Did I say something incredibly offensive or something?
Years ago, the centerpiece of my plan is for a manufacturing renaissance, which will be a 15% made in America tax rate. We're cutting the business tax.
So that's what's wrong with American manufacturing, is that people the people who are running and benefiting from these companies the most at the top, they're just not getting, they're having to pay too much taxes, and that's why they're shipping jobs overseas. Okay.
21% to 15%, which makes us the most competitive tax
So not
anywhere
zero.
on the planet, but
Not really, but okay. You could go other places, technically. But, you know, Donald Trump's not a big facts guy.
only for those who make their product in the USA. US-based manufacturers will also be rewarded with expanded research and development tax credits. You'll be able to write off 100% of the cost of heavy machinery and other equipment in the first year. And full expensing for new manufacturing investments. And we will set up...
What does that mean, full expensing for manufacturing investments? Does that mean that he is going to finance companies who are looking to manufacture in the United States? So much of what he says is so fucking unclear.
Special zones of federal land with ultra-low taxes and regulations for American producers. These will be ideal spots for relocating entire industries that we've taken in.
Okay. I feel like that we just watched like 20 minutes of Donald Trump. That was really just like a couple of minutes worth of footage just now. But there was just so many lies. I felt like I had to stop it too many times. It sounds like socialism. It's communism. We can nationalize all the companies. What else do we got? What else? We got things. We got things here. I forgot about trans women. Did I? I may not have mentioned them, but I certainly didn't forget them. That's just not true. Sorry if anybody doesn't feel seen. I do my best. Oh, God. All right. What am I doing next? I was going to do this. That's right. There's Chuck Schumer celebrating the passage of bipartisan government funding.
Now, I have good news this morning. Before the day is done, the Senate will pass a temporary extension of government funding, avoiding a painful and unnecessary shutdown next week. The agreement we locked in last night allows for no poison pill amendments. Americans can breathe easy that because both sides have chosen bipartisanship, Congress is getting the job done. We will keep the government open. We will prevent vital government services from needlessly coming to a halt. We will give appropriators more time to fully fund the government before the end of the year. And I'm especially pleased we're getting the job done with some time to spare. Now, none of this would have happened without bipartisan cooperation. For the information of my colleagues, later today, the House is expected to take...
Okay. So yeah, the government, if you didn't hear, got funded. Now, one thing which I have not yet seen analyzed yet and have not done myself, but did hear some whispers about, in the lead up to this was that, you know, Republicans were attempting to add stuff in to this continuing resolution, and I can't remember the exact details on it, but I do remember being outraged by what it entailed when I first looked into this. They may or may not have had to make concessions like that, and I hope they didn't, but we will probably be finding out about that in the coming days. One would think. Although there is a lot of stuff going on right now with the news cycle, people might just completely gloss over this. Alright. Let's go on to talk about some economic stories. First, let's talk about housing. And today I figured instead of doing the normal discussion of housing, I figured we would do this when it came to the discussion of unhoused people.
Artists who used to be homeless are telling their stories through art in the Bronx. Soj Bedrosian reports that their talents are on display at an exhibit in the South Bronx.
Sojo Musin has waited his whole life to teach and to display his art.
It's basically the Gramercy Marching Band.
His art tells the story of his life. Designed from a shopping bag, Musin shares his emotions, perspectives, and story through a series of collages on this wall at the art exhibit called Culture of Belonging, with the help from the nonprofit Bronxworks at Boricua College.
It's part of my life. Living here in the Bronx since 1968. I was in the Gramercy Marching Band, so that's around Cotonou Pool. That's my old neighborhood. So I got a lot of history here.
Musin and other local Bronx artists are current residents at supportive housing developments, and some have been formerly homeless.
This is now an opportunity to regain and to find a way to thrive.
Musin said,
yeah, that seemed like a good project, to be honest, and I think it also helps provide temporary housing for people as well. So all around, it seems like a good project. I think it might be run by a non-profit organization of some kind. I think they might have actually said the name of it, but I don't know. I was both watching, listening, and reading, checking a million things all at once. I just figured we'd think momentarily about sort of different ways we could view and deal with the homeless. Let's go here to seniors who say that they are living in deplorable living conditions in northern New Jersey apartment complexes. This is CBS New York from a day ago.
From mice to air conditioning and washing machines that don't work, seniors living in a New Jersey complex are complaining about what they're calling deplorable living conditions. John Diaz has more now from East Orange on what they're dealing with and what city officials have to say.
You'll see one scoot across the floor in daylight. That's bold.
And Andre Cook says you can also find mice stuck in traps all over his East Orange apartment. He says on average, he catches at least 10 mice a month.
I live on the 16th floor. Last time I checked, mice do not have wings.
Like many residents who live at the Norman
That
Towers,
is astute.
a senior affordable housing development, are complaining that their homes are infested with mice. Most of the outcries coming from those who reside on the top floors.
It's mice infested. It's a lot of mice.
We spotted traps all over the ground level outside, but tenants tell us the building's efforts to stop the problem seem to end there. They say often washing machines are also out of order, and the central air conditioning common areas have been broken for at least 2 years. They have
That is fucked up. 2 years, no air conditioning? Oh my god, in New York City? Ugh. Ugh. Gross.
Just
Terrible.
fans said.
Hope there's no interior apartments in this place.
How many complaints do you have to put in?
Tenants say new owners purchased the building a few years ago. This man says his mother has lived here for 20 years.
And now it seems like it's really going down.
Building management saw our camera and kicked us off their property before we were able to go inside and witness these issues.
But
wild. Just wild. Yeah, no air conditioning. No laundry. Rats and mice everywhere. Only $18,000 a month. That's a steal. It's prime real estate right there. We have a lot of potential offers right now. All right, now let's go on to some other sort of economic stories here. This is Reuters from yesterday. Apparently, Sam Bankman-Fried's ex-girlfriend has now been sentenced to 2 years in jail due to her involvement in the apparent scheme run by her boyfriend at the time.
The ex-girlfriend of former FTX head Sam Bankman-Fried was sentenced to 2 years in prison Tuesday. Caroline Ellison was a top executive at the cryptocurrency exchange. Prosecutors have called its collapse one of the biggest financial frauds in U.S. history. Bankman-Fried was behind the $8 billion theft of customer funds from FTX, which he founded. The judge noted Ellison's cooperation with prosecutors in convicting Bankman-Fried last year. However, the judge said he was not comfortable with remorse and cooperation being a get-out-of-jail-free card in a case so serious. Bankman-Fried rode a boom in cryptocurrency prices during the COVID pandemic to a net worth of, according to Forbes magazine, $26 billion by October 2021. Ellison ran Alameda Research, a cryptocurrency-focused hedge fund also founded by Bankman-Fried from 2021 to 2022. His wealth evaporated when FTX collapsed in November 2022 after a flurry of customer withdrawals.
Now, the thing is for me, the volume's very low. I know. It's very low for me too. I can barely hear it. And the fact is for me, I think that the government does not understand cryptocurrency. That's my estimation of it. I mean, they barely understand computers or phones or the internet, how search engines work, any of that, let alone currency and cryptocurrency. And it's just, honestly, cryptocurrency in general to me is pretty concerning. And while Sam Bankman-Fried clearly committed crimes, financial crimes, I think it could be argued that cryptocurrency just fundamentally is a financial crime, but nobody who has the government's ear currently is making that argument. From what I can tell, it just seems to be a bunch of crypto lobby groups that have the most sort of, and shockingly, right? I'm shocked to hear that crypto lobbyist groups would have more money and influence in Congress than just people who are like, this might be illegal. All right. Now let's go here to Reuters. Apparently, U.S. shoppers are on track to hit record spending with buy now, pay later. U.S. shoppers are expected to spend $18.5 billion using third-party buy now, pay later services in the last quarter of the year. That's according to projections from data firm Adobe Analytics. With many Americans carrying more debt, BNPL spending is set to increase 11.4% compared to last year's spending period. The services allow shoppers to pay for merchandise in monthly installments spread out over as many as 36 months. Adobe says the expected jump exceeds the projected 8.4% increase in overall spending. Now, the reason, in my estimation, for this increase in buy now, pay later spending is that people are back to, not all, but most are back to living paycheck to paycheck. Their COVID pandemic savings from, any stimulus checks are all long gone. And yeah, I mean, we've seen credit card debt going up and up to a record level, so it's not shocking to now find out that they are going to other sorts of credit sources now to be able to continue spending at the same rate that they're accustomed to. Could mean bad things, generally speaking, for Americans coming down the pipeline. Hard to say, but usually those buy now, pay later stuff, they have better interest rates usually than credit cards, not always, but higher than personal loans. But who out there can actually get personal loans? Let's be real. All right. Now, apparently, the DOJ is taking even more action against massive multinational companies headquartered in the U.S. They are now suing Visa over its apparent pressure that it put on merchants using anti-competitive contract agreements, payoffs to rivals, and other sorts of illegal things.
Illegal.
Visa shares tumbled Tuesday following news that it's being sued by Washington over antitrust allegations. The Department of Justice says the payments giant suppressed competition by threatening merchants with high fees. It also accused Visa of paying off potential rivals. The company processes more than 60% of debit transactions in the U.S., generating $7 billion in fees each year. Prosecutors say it protects that dominance through agreements with card issuers, merchants, and competitors. A lawyer for the company said competition was actually thriving in the debit market and called the claims baseless. She said Visa would contest the charges vigorously. This attempt to tackle the fees is part of the Biden administration's bid to combat rising consumer prices. In a statement, Attorney General Merrick Garland said the charges didn't just affect the price of one thing, but the price of nearly everything. The DOJ says Visa's alleged anti-competitive practices began around 2012, just as reforms made it easier for new rivals to enter the market. Prosecutors say the company struck deals with firms including Apple and PayPal so that they would not release competing products.
Wow. I mean, the amount of collusion that seems to be happening in the business world is truly ridiculous. This is anti-competitive agreements being made behind closed doors, or that companies are inflicting anti-competitive agreements onto customers and sort of, smaller businesses, such as, the people who need credit card merchant services, right? Just wild. Honestly, though, it is nice to see DOJ, FTC going after these corporations, whether or not any of this will get the jobs that they're purported to get done. is to be seen, but I will remain optimistic until otherwise. Oh, God. Alright, let's go here. Let's talk sports real quick. Here's a more perfect union from a day ago. Another reason to hate Philly sports. Aramark.
The best part of my job is the fans, because Philly fans are diehard fans. They are what make the job fun. The hard part of my job is dealing with the company.
This year's trip to the game likely going to hurt consumers' wallets.
There's a system at the stadiums where the prices continue to go up year after year.
The Philadelphia Eagles are taking home a prize they may not want. #1 in having the priciest beer in the NFL.
But it's not coming to us, trust me.
Stadium cooks, servers, concession workers, and bartenders are the backbones of Philadelphia sports.
I totally forgot that you all got more likes. I can't read that in the dark. 2. Alright, Archer and Cisco. Martin Shkreli claimed that Barron Trump is behind the Trump coin. Isn't he in prison? How is he claiming anything? That's very confusing to me. Does he have access to Zitter in prison?
They say they're struggling to make ends meet despite skyrocketing prices for fans.
I started 8 years ago. A hot dog was $5. Now a hot dog is almost $7. Beer was $13 when I first started. Now it's $18.
You look at the increase, so at the link, it's roughly 50% increase in the cost of pizza. The Wells is 67%. When the company comes to us and talks about 3 and 4% wage increases, and that being something that is fair, you know, our membership is disgusted because they see how much they're gouging the fans.
And behind it all is a multi-billion-dollar concessions conglomerate that is squeezing the fans and its workers.
All $3 billion, that's a full-time.
This is seemingly, this should be a story that is shocking to people. But this is just seemingly the status quo now, is that, you know, corporations are doing everything possible to keep squeezing workers and squeezing consumers on both ends, raising prices, you know, adding more sort of responsibilities, you know, while, you know, cutting jobs or using automation or AI, and it's just, you know, it's getting to be way too much, I think, for most people. Most people are fed up with the status quo as it is right now. By the way, I just looked it up. Martin Shkreli was in prison. He was sentenced to 7 years, but got out on fucking parole.
Follow the rich white man.
Job where I'm from.
A game, they make a good penny. They could give us a piece.
We're the ones that are in the front line. The customers don't know them. They know us.
We make all this money for our company just to be disrespected by our paycheck.
Aramark is one of the largest food service companies in the world. Aramark made $1.8 billion in profit last year. They run food service in corporate cafeterias, on college campuses, and then they also run food service in prisons. And here in Philadelphia, at all 3 sports stadiums, Citizens Bank Park, where the
prisons, schools, and sports stadiums.
A field where the Eagles play, the Wells Fargo Center where the Sixers and Flyers play.
That says something about our society, right?
The same people, like the same company is giving food, is making the food for your sports stadiums, for your prisons, and for your schools. It's, you know, it's like work-life death, but instead it's, you know, it's a slightly different sort of cycle. Jesus, she is fucked.
For people that don't understand what happens in Philly, we have our sports complex, and Wells Fargo's here, Citizens here, Lincoln Financial here.
Carlton Epps is one of 1,500 Unite Here 274 union members working at all three stadiums for Aramark. He works as a bartender and suite attendant.
You can stand on 11th Street, walk half a block, and you'll be in any one of the three stadiums.
But each stadium has a different contract with different wages and different benefits structures, sometimes for the same job, and that's by design.
I understand what they're doing. They're trying to keep us down.
There are three separate union contracts, and so each of them has their own healthcare model. Lincoln Financial Field, there's no health coverage available to the members there. And then there's two separate health plans at Citizens Bank Park and the Wells Fargo Center.
But we get one paycheck. It benefits them, the one paycheck saves them the cost, but there's still three separate contracts.
The three-contract structure, where hours at each stadium are counted separately, makes it difficult for anyone to meet the amount of hours needed to qualify for healthcare.
I work all.
What? That is a joke. This should be fucking... This should be a crime. This is stupid. This is stupid. You see what's happening here, right? They are claiming that people working at different stadiums in the same parking lot are somehow working at three different businesses and therefore don't qualify for certain benefits. I mean, this is wild. This is insane.
Buildings, and I probably work 95% of the events I'm offered. I've never qualified for healthcare through Aramark. It's plain corporate greed. I spoke one time in negotiations to ask their lawyer. I said I work in all three buildings, and I do not get healthcare. The citizens of Pennsylvania have to subsidize my healthcare. I asked him, how does he feel about that? He said, so.
The amount of hours.
That's thoughtful.
How rude.
Yeah, right, exactly. No, it doesn't make any sense, Jerry. It's purely convoluted in an attempt to avoid paying taxes, paying employees properly. Just, it like you said, it's pure corporate greed. It truly is all that's what it is, and it needs that needs to not be the status quo anymore. That needs to be the outlier, the thing that we as an entire society rise up against and stop these sort of fringe cases of this. But no, this is just the way shit is right now, and it needs to change drastically before we just, I don't know, destroy the human race, undo all of human progress. I mean, because the fact is if we continue allowing corporations to run everything in society, we will in fact destroy the planet. We know that's a fact. I talk about that every fucking day here. In fact, I suspect that some people tire of all the climate change coverage here. But you know what? That's not changing. Until climate change is done, until humans stop completely fucking the climate, we're going to keep talking about it. Because the Earth, as it turns out, is actually pretty important to human existence, among other things. Let's quickly go here. Got a few different sort of transportation related stories to touch on. Apparently negotiations are still ongoing at Boeing between the union and Boeing management.
Striking workers at Boeing aren't interested in a new pay deal made by the company. That's according to the union representing them, which said Tuesday it had done a poll to find out. The International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers said the offer of a 30% pay hike was overwhelmingly rejected. Instead, it's seeking a 40% jump and the restoration of other benefits. More than 32,000 Boeing workers walked off the job earlier this month in the union's first strike since 2008. That has halted output of the firm's best-selling 737 MAX jets, threatening billions in costs. Boeing didn't comment on the rejection of the pay proposal, which it had described as its best and final offer.
Now, we actually covered a story where... what was it? Was it... No, it wasn't airplane manufacturers, but it was someone else in the airline industry, but I can't remember who. It might have been pilots. But in Canada, a very similar thing happened where the union went on strike, and the exact same deal that that the union here. And in fact, wait, are they both Teamsters? They might actually both be Teamsters. I can't remember. But either way, in both cases, the union put forward the exact same deal. Instead, but the only difference between the two is that in Boeing's case they turned it down, and in Canada they accepted it. I can't remember who it was even. We talked so many stories here, you know. My brain is not infallible. I take in so much information, it is tough. So please forgive me.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Either way, the point stands. The United States could learn something from Canada and perhaps be more flexible in negotiating, but of course profits are king here. Was it pilots? Thank you. Thank you, Badash. I appreciate you. See, this is what's great about having people here with me while doing this. We can all kind of work together on stuff to some degree. Alright, let's go here. As there is a different strike looming in a very tangential sector. Here's Reuters from a day ago. Shippers scramble for workarounds as U.S. port strike looms.
A potential strike at East and Gulf Coast ports is already causing chaos for U.S. companies, as 36 ports with 45,000 workers could shut down as soon as October 1st. Many shipping firms are now scrambling to import early, shift goods to the West Coast, and even put cargo on pricey flights to get ahead of the potential strike. The dispute between the International Longshoremen's Association Union and the United States Maritime Alliance Employer Group hinges on pay, with current contract terms expiring at midnight on September 30th. As a result, companies like DSW parent Designer Brands have been forced to come up with workarounds, as the fashion firm normally routes about 20% of its shoe imports through the East Coast. According to its supply chain officer, it has now shifted about half of those goods to the West Coast.
I guess DSW could just take down the W. They just discount shoes, but not the warehouse. You just got a few discount shoes here, people.
And paid 10 times more than a typical ocean transit to fly in a small shipment of leather boots and dress shoes from Brazil. Along with causing corporate headaches, the threatened walkout could also jam supply chains and reignite inflation ahead of the U.S.
Do you know what could reignite inflation? Greed. These corporations could always take cuts on their end. They could always go without, you know? They're paying themselves millions of dollars a year. They could, you know, they could take cuts. They could give back some of their salary. You know, they could not give themselves bonuses. I'm sure there's plenty of things they could do instead of raising prices, business-wise. But it's always just easier to pass it on to the consumer, right? Get other people to pay for it. Why should you have to go without your G6? It's just not fair to you as a CEO. All right. Oh, we have actually... This is kind of a segue story, really. You know, we'll just do this now because I think Yeah. Probably best. Alright, this is from yesterday. Apparently another rail car incident has occurred in Ohio and prompted evacuations. Oh, that looks good.
You can smell it.
That looks normal. You can smell it. You should go. Oh my god.
Currently being cooled down.
Oh my god. Did you hear that? That is. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's a bad sign, bud. You should already be gone. If you can smell it, it's bad. Okay. You should already be running instead of filming. Although I really appreciate. I just don't think the footage is worth it. You know, I mean, it's like, oh my god.
You can smell it. The rail car itself is currently being cooled down. We did clarify the evacuation for a half mile. There is concerns that with the heat up of the material in the car, that there is a potential for an explosion. At this point, I don't have any other detailed information. I do know that the mitigation companies are waiting to make access to the car so they can inspect it for its integrity. The roads in the evacuation order for the half mile, the roads will continue to be closed for an undetermined amount of time. It is still evolving, so this will be a long event.
Is this going to be another Palestine? We will see. Here's one more story. This is ABC News.
Go now to Ohio in the aftermath of a toxic train leak that forced emergency evacuations. Officials telling anyone within a half a mile of the leak to leave immediately. Stephanie Ramos has the story.
This morning, a chemical emergency unfolding in Ohio with one train leaking a cloud of fumes into the air.
Nasty smelling.
Authorities warning people within a half-mile radius of the train to leave immediately.
Right now, our concerns still are maintaining the temperature. We don't want the material to get too hot. We're also working with a company to mitigate and separate the train from the one affected train car.
Yeah, I think it's really concerning is that in both stories, they seem to be sort of skirting around whatever this fucking substance is, which really leads me to think that it's bad. Like, I mean, and maybe they do say it at some point, but they take this much time telling you what it is that's spewing out into the area here. At least me personally, I start having a lot of questions, specifically, what the fuck is this?
Leaking from the train valve that's giving officials cause for concern is styrene, a colorless and highly volatile liquid used to make plastics and rubber.
Oh, God.
Firefighters.
Oh, boy. That's bad.
It used to make plastics and rubber.
But it's been going on for 45 minutes.
Firefighters racing to the scene, trucks blasting water at the rail car to cool it down and prevent it from possibly exploding.
Well played. Well played. Authorities say you don't want to know what it is.
More than 3,000 people affected by these orders, some staying in community centers or in hotels paid for by local officials.
We took all the precautions. We said earlier, shut the doors, turned all our building fans off.
Long-term exposure to this type of chemical can cause headaches, respiratory issues, as well as lead to more serious health problems, including organ damage. But as of now, guys,
organ damage.
Stopped.
Jesus fucking Christ. She said that way too chill. I need you to step it up. Okay, ABC. Organ damage? We just saw a video of a guy just sort of willy-nilly fucking recording this shit on his goddamn cell phone going, I can smell it from here. Come on. Isn't isn't organ damage a leading cause of death?
It's science.
It is, as it turns out. You need those. You need your organs. I hate to be the one to point it out to everybody. In case you had been going off all this time thinking, it might not. I don't need all of them. And I mean, all right, technically, to some degree, there's what, 2 that aren't super necessary. What is it? Trying to think. But you get what I'm saying. Aside from the 2 superfluous ones. The rest of them, you're going to want to hold on to this. Thank you, Appendix and Spleen. You know what else we need? A little space break. And some galactic messaging. Well, if you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button and also consider subscribing on YouTube as we're still trying to get the channel to 500 goddamn subscribers and we're stuck at 308, it would seem. Although we are moving up. Slowly but surely. Just keep spreading the galactic word out there. Now, if you've done all of that, great, I appreciate it. But we gotta talk about something else. That being money. And how we fund the Galactic News Network around here. Look, Nightbot's getting ahead of me. That's one of the ways. Cash App. If you want to help keep the Galactic News Network running, you can go on Cash App. Easy as that, and you can send $1 to me. Other ways include PayPal, Twitch, but my favorite, and I think what seems to be a fan favorite, is Patreon. As for only a few US dollars a month, you can not only contribute to the Galactic News Network, but get access to a myriad of galactic benefits. Stuff like being able to hang out poolside with me, shoutouts, content, secret Discord channels, and much, much more. Alright, what else? Well, I guess that's it for now, and you do what you gotta do here on this intermission of yours. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Well, we are back. And it's time for the second half. Get back in those seats, Space Fams. Environmental coverage is coming in hot. Or, I guess today, wet. As I alluded to earlier, we will be talking about Hurricane Helene, which is bearing down on Florida as we speak right now. Let's start here. Democracy Now! From 2 days ago. Climate activist Kumi Naidu on the need for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. Oh, that's the wrong one. Get it together, StreamLord.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. For more, we're joined by Kumi Naidu, longtime South African human rights and environmental justice activist, former head of Greenpeace International, also former head of Amnesty International, now the president of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. Can you lay out what this Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is all about and what you're doing, Kumi?
So the first time I met you, Amy, was at the Copenhagen Climate Summit in 2009, where you'll remember we were calling for a fab deal, not a fabulous deal, but a fair, ambitious and binding deal in 2009.
It does sound
fab.
fab.
What we got was a flab deal full of loopholes and BS. And what we have seen is, important though the COP is, to get us in the right direction, that when you have the kind of domination by fossil fuel lobbyists and so on in the COP, where they've managed to somehow keep the term fossil fuels off any COP declaration and so on, we have to now recognize that we need something complementary. And I think the effort made by Sephora Berman, the founder of the treaty, and the wonderful team that she's assembled is exactly what we need, which is we need to have a legal instrument that ensures that governments can comply. Right now, it's sort of voluntary.
Yeah.
Right? They can agree.
Yeah, exactly. And that has been one of my main objections to all of these sort of symbolic but non-binding climate accords and agreements that countries, as we've talked about before, come to with their own plans for. Nobody tells them, hey, you have to come and meet these goals. You pretty much every country has been able to come and say what they're going to be able to do, right? You know, they look at the books and they say, oh, well, we got a lot of oil here. We really need to keep getting that out of the ground, and or whatever else, right? And, oh, well, we don't really want to switch to electric here or solar or whatever. You know, like we got big coal industry. We can't get this done in the time that you want us to get it done. You're going to have to give us, 15, 20 years or something on that, right? Or whatever it is, right? And it's just this, it's very frustrating that that's the way they're starting things. And it's not some sort of, it just feels less serious, right? It just doesn't feel serious when it's non-binding. Baby pygmy hippos are part of the environment. So true.
Climate and everything are the same word.
in COP and they can walk away on it the next day. So we are starting a process. There's already 13 countries on board. The exciting thing is already Colombia and Timor-Leste, two fossil fuel exporting countries, are already on board. And we feel quite confident that as more and more extreme weather events happen on a day-to-day basis virtually around the world, that citizens are rising in a way that we will push our leaders to actually come together and get a global agreement to phase out completely and eradicate fossil fuels from our economic system.
And Kumi, you mentioned Colombia. Could you talk about what is going on in terms of movements in Latin America? Colombia becoming the first nation to join the coalition. So
what we are seeing is that the most vulnerable countries in the world and those that are in the front line of climate impacts are the ones that actually are the first movers. And basically, once we have a critical mass, we can start the conversations towards the content of the treaty. Just to be clear to all governments, the treaty does not exist. This is...
You want Mudeng? the hippo. The baby hippo. Just generally, or what does that mean? Like as a support character? I feel like we already watched Mudeng videos here on this here channel in the past. If I recall correctly. It's like Sunday.
About creating a process that will give us the binding outcome where hopefully we can hold our leaders account. So with Colombia, we applaud their leadership and we hope that other fossil fuel producing countries in the global south will also see that it's in their long-term interest not to continue their addiction to a poison, which is oil, coal, and gas.
Yeah, and hopefully with the recent flooding and fires in Brazil, Brazil will also be on board with that. And, you know, that will help things along. Although Venezuela is going to be a big part of this. Not the only ones. Bolivia. I mean, there's at least a few. Yes, you want Mudeng as a support character. Well, I have been considering making support characters a yearly thing where we do like maybe, depending on, I mean, if we can continue this thing going on indefinitely, maybe once per year at the same time of year, we'll have a Galactic UN emotional support character summit, and we'll all come together and, you know, make our case for our favorite emotional support characters. Then we'll have, just like we did earlier this year, a big vote, all of that, multiple rounds, bracket systems, all that. And I've also been thinking about making a Discord channel specifically dedicated to UN stuff. Like if people want something like really specific, I've been considering making a channel for people to, like if you can get enough upvotes in the channel, I will make like a UN, like an impromptu UN summit over it, and can have some random vote over something. I don't know. All really just musing on things now. I don't know why.
That is killing our...
I think it's this. I think it's this because it's just very general. I mean, not that he's not talking specifically, but it is about the general way in which all this is being dealt with. And I think you all know that I'm very frustrated with the sort of general sense of lack of urgency from so many different governments when it comes to all of this. If S1000 is a bot, it sucks. You know, it's fine. I don't care. I can live with that. And if it's just a person typing the same thing over and over again, do consider saying literally anything else. Just an idea. But you know what? You do you. Doesn't seem to be hurting anyone. All right, let's go here. KSL News Utah from a day ago. The future of geothermal power. I don't know why, but that sound shot makes me think power.
Well, geothermal power could play a major role in Utah's clean energy future. And right now, the U.S. Department of Energy is conducting a multi-year experiment just outside of Milford that could help make sure that more viable and affordable energy is available.
Yeah, news specialist Mike Anderson has a look at what they're doing down there. Mike?
That release of steam could become a more common sight in Utah if state leaders make the push for more geothermal power. Technology used at this site could help make it more affordable and widely available.
It represents a tremendous resource that we need to take advantage of.
Dr. Joseph Moore is the principal investigator at the Utah Frontier Observatory for Research in Geothermal Energy, otherwise known as FORGE. Out here, an injection well is drilled down about 8,500 feet, sending water into the hot rocks, creating fractures that serve as reservoirs, and the water is sent up another well. Then, in the most recent experiment you see here, the water is sent back down through those reservoirs, heating up to around 370 degrees up a production well where the hot water could be used to produce power before being cycled back down again. They ran this cycle in a 30-day test.
If we can do that and we can calculate fairly simply what the temperature will be at any depth, we can go anywhere in the world to build a system like this.
You could eventually...
Now, I mean, there are some negative downsides to hydraulic fracturing, I think we all know. But, I mean, it's definitely better if you're not doing it to get natural gas out of the ground.
See geothermal wells like this powering communities and providing radiant heating, similar to this one right in the middle of Reykjavik, Iceland, that delegates from Utah had a look at this past June.
The resource is enormous. It can't be used up. There's always heat coming up from the center of the earth.
Another advantage, the footprint of geothermal is small, at least from the above-ground view.
In fact, Moore says a 5-acre geothermal plant can provide about as much power as this wind farm that spans 7 miles. And geothermal doesn't need wind or sun to keep going.
And that is one of the great things about geothermal that makes me essentially always on board with it, as long as it's not going to greatly impact the surrounding environment for some reason. It's completely reliable. You don't have to worry about sun or wind, which means that regardless of season, regardless of weather, you're good, right? It doesn't, create a bunch of hydrocarbons and spits them in the atmosphere. It's all the things that we want, right? And is the sort of thing that, especially, has a backup for times when things are not at the capacity or whatever else. You want it. I mean, we talk about the necessity of diversification of energy sources when it comes to the renewable transition. So, yeah, this is Utah's attempt at greening up things. Oh, don't start lagging now already, software. Only 2 hours in. Why do you do this? Doesn't even make sense. Okay. Actually, I'm going to move this one. Because it just makes sense. That's why. Just going to put them together. For fun. All right. Well, it is that time. We still got more environmental stories after this, but It is time for us to discuss Hurricane Helene. And boy, do we have a lot of videos on this. And it is genuinely, like I've mentioned it before, literally making landfall basically as we do this. Videos are coming, which have been coming in since I started the stream, and I've been trying to add them in as we go. Let's start from yesterday, just to kind of get a track on where things were. If you missed how we got to where we are, this should hopefully help. Did I just do what I think I just did? Oh, you very.
3D printing technology
Stop.
and the hospitality industry are converging in the West Texas desert.
You're kidding.
It's fair to say we will be the first.
Stop. Please stop. Good God. You're killing me. Okay. Sometimes I'm not perfect.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
So we're here with CNN.
Evacuations underway across Florida's Gulf Coast as residents brace for a major hurricane. Tropical storm Helene is gaining strength and is expected to make landfall tomorrow night. CNN meteorologist Allison Chinchar tracking the path. First, though, want to go to CNN's Patrick Ottman in Havana in Cuba. You're going to get it first, Patrick. What are you seeing?
What are you seeing, Patrick?
Yeah, so what we've seen since last night, these outer bands coming through, bringing rain. Although people are still going to work, you see more umbrellas than you usually do, but people are trying to go about their business throughout the day, though, as the storm continues to go north between Cuba's western coast and Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. We will continue to see weather conditions get worse and worse. It's going to bring a lot of rain, possibly storm surge to the...
Definitely, possibly storm surge. Hold on, we're going to move past this guy. Let's get to the maps. There we go. Maps time. You know how much I love maps.
We've already seen it rapidly intensify. Those sustained winds up to 70 miles per hour. It is expected to become a hurricane at some point today, and that could be rather soon. We're only 5 miles per hour away from that. The storm right now just to the east of Cancun, Mexico. It's expected to go back out over open water where it will intensify. We have not one but two separate hurricane hunter flights currently investigating this storm. That will send back a tremendous amount of data for us to understand even more so what this storm is expected to do when it gets over those warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We expect it to get to a hurricane today, a major hurricane at some point on Thursday before it makes landfall late Thursday, and then continuing to move inland. But it's a very fast moving storm, and that's going to allow a lot of these impacts to be able to stretch inland. Now along the coast, you've got a lot of storm surge that's going to be a concern pretty much up and down the entire western coast of the Florida Peninsula here. The worst is going to be along the Big Bend, where you've got 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. Those winds, we talked about the storm being very quick. At the time it makes...
Now, like I was saying, this was from a day ago, and things have actually gotten worse since here. So let's just move forward. But this was the path, right? You see it. It went between Cuba and Mexico, right between, right by Cancun. Honestly, it blasted Cancun pretty hard on the way by. And actually, instead of a 3, has strengthened to a Category 4 hurricane. So this was in Cancun. As you can see, it has maximum sustained winds of 100 kilometers an hour and gusts of 120 kilometers an hour. And this is back when it was only a Category 1, right? It was basically sort of like, you know, as it was getting to that area, the Cancun area, right, the Yucatan Peninsula there, it was barely a Category 1 storm. It's the Gulf which has given it all the power. The warm water in the Gulf has drastically increased the power of this storm, fed it all of the nice hot water that it likes, Actually, I'm going to move to the next one. We got a ton of these to go through. This is footage of a dock separating, or of a separated dock, I think. Oh no, this is different. This is different. Hold on.
So here is the pier outside the hotel, and you can see there's a piece missing right at the very end. And that piece is now lying clear across the beach, right over, well, looks like it got washed in the water. There it is, right there. It's about to go bye-bye into the water.
The right are nicer to each other more? Come on. I mean, is... Are we live? Are we? Are we good? What's happening? Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, you can hear me. Alright, thank God. Alright, that was... Oh, boy. That was very concerning. No idea what that was about. Let's keep this going. Tropical storm Helene brought heavy wind and rain to Mexico's Caribbean coast. It's just more of the same footage. We actually don't need to do this. We can just keep this moving. We know it slammed Mexico. Kind of swung by Cuba.
Western Florida is bracing for impact.
Although Cuba might be hit too, but getting
tropical storm Helene.
Like, it can be tough to get immediate footage from Cuba, as you probably can understand. So they may have gotten hit hard too. Honestly, with the way that the storm was, I wouldn't be shocked to hear that they did, because they were on the right side, which is usually the most volatile side of these storms.
Western Florida is bracing for impact from a massive storm. Tropical storm Helene is now churning in the Gulf of Mexico and is expected to become a hurricane later today. Forecasters expect it will make land.
Okay, that's funny. That is funny. You're saying funny stuff today, Narwhal. You think that I have gremlins on the spaceship? That could be. Maybe that's why we're always having problems.
Fall tomorrow with Category 3 intensity.
We're here at Tico Energy in Tampa. They're staging a lot of linemen for the upcoming storm.
Putting fingers.
And we continue to have thousands of linemen pouring into the state. They're being amassed, and then obviously once the storm passes, they will go and work on power restoration. This storm, I think, as you know, is basically in the area of Cuba and the Yucatan.
Okay, thank you, Putting Fingers. Go back to men's high heel warehouse, please. No, we'll take it from here. It's fine. Let's go. Here, like I said, I have a ton of these stories. This is from a day ago.
All right, let's check in now with Next Weather Chief Meteorologist Ivan Cabrera for the latest. Ivan, the scope of the storm, it seems so large looking at it on the radar behind you. Right now at Category 1, but expected to strengthen rapidly, right?
Yeah, and the wind field extends for hundreds of miles here from left to right. That is why we're under a tropical storm warning, despite the fact that the center of the storm, the eye, which will become very prominent in about 12 hours here, is going to pass well to our...
Okay, I'm going to actually move this past this one too, because we should just try and get it closer to where we are now, I think, because shit is already happening.
Good evening from Miami. I'm Tom Yamas in for Lester tonight. It is massive. It is gaining strength, and it is life-threatening. Tonight, Hurricane Helene is on a potentially devastating path to Florida, expected to make landfall late tomorrow as a powerful Category 4 storm. Helene already flooding streets in Cuba and causing heavy rains and dangerous conditions in Mexico. Hurricane and storm surge warnings are in effect for much of Florida's Gulf Coast, with surges as high as 20 feet predicted. Airports in Tampa and St. Petersburg set to close tonight. Flood watches are in effect for 36 million people from Florida all the way to Virginia. Beyond the winds of 130 miles per hour expected at landfall, there's a tornado threat across parts of the southeast. Al Roker is tracking it all for us tonight. And Al, this is one of the most powerful storms we've seen in years.
That's right. 2 years ago, Hurricane Ian making landfall as a Category 4. And Tom, right now it's 460 miles southwest of Tampa, 85-mile-per-hour winds, and it's moving a little faster north at 12. We've got tropical storm warnings all the way north of Atlanta down to Key West, but hurricane warnings into Georgia and the panhandle of Florida. Storm surges, as you said, anywhere from 10 to 20 feet near Cedar Key. Dangerous, life-threatening surge, and escape routes washed out for flooding. The system.
Now, to some degree, people can be thankful that this is a fast-moving storm. It's moving at 25 miles an hour, from what I understand. The storm itself, not the winds. It's completely two completely different things. This is how fast it's moving over land.
So hot right now.
So it's moving fast enough that it won't just be standing over one place, dumping water for an extended period of time. It should be moving fast enough that while there's a 20-foot storm surge, there's going to be intense flooding and probably a lot of damage. And this is a prediction to some, right? But and it could very well slow the fuck down the second it makes landfall, right? So. Wait, are you blacking out over there? Are you, getting black screened right now, Bob? I keep seeing, you got an end of stream? What was I saying? Either way, what was I saying? No, I was saying that it, at least as it's currently projected, it's going to be moving fast enough that it travels inland and won't just be staying over one place for too long, although it's a huge storm. It really is massive. I mean, if you look at these pictures, right? It basically spans half the length of the Gulf of Mexico. Problem with this, though, you might be thinking to yourself, is that, what's the shoe to drop? Well, the problem is that means it's going to drive this storm further inland, and the storm surge itself further inland. Meaning, this storm surge may be hitting, places in Georgia, and that's pretty crazy to think. And so a lot of this water that's being held in this, what do you call it? Inside this hurricane. God, I can't even think of the word hurricane right now. My brain is breaking. Thinking of too many things. Well, it's just it's going to make its way further inland than a lot of hurricanes. All right, let's keep moving. What do I have else here? This is from 17 hours ago, this next one. So we're getting closer and closer to where we are at, I think, in time. Counterpoint.
South Florida's first responders now en route to storm zones are going to be directly impacted by Helene, and they are all, of course, hoping for the best, but getting ready for the worst.
CBS News Miami's Peter Dench joins us live from Miami Beach with how South Florida is.
I'm pretty sure the studio that does Bob's Burgers is located in Georgia.
Showing up to help. We've got experience in these kinds of storms, so of course these first responders want to do what they can. Peter, what's the latest?
Well, Lauren and Jim, here in Miami Beach, we're seeing windy conditions starting to pick up, and first responders from Miami Beach are among those headed to Central Florida to help out after the storm. Now, team members tell us they are prepared to handle some very difficult situations. Once again, members
Also
of
Archer.
Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Florida Task Force 1 packed their bags and supplies.
We're expecting severe flooding, possibly destroyed structures, and wide area searches for individuals that are missing. Our team is stacked and stocked with equipment that includes structural support equipment.
And a canine unit with 4 specially trained dogs. Lieutenant Obed Frometta is one of 84 team members deployed to Ocala, just as they were sent to Central Florida last month for Hurricane Debbie.
The same way that other teams came and responded to our region, it's part of our...
I think we all remember Hurricane Debbie.
The problem here, the county needs to step up and own it and resolve it and get this water out of here.
Commitment to other parts of the state to help them and other parts of the country.
And they'll help out with damage assessments and coordinating relief supplies.
It means everything. It means everything to us as a team, to us as individuals. We're family people. We understand that people are going to lose a lot.
It's something I've done for years. It's very rewarding, and we endure these situations all the time on our own down.
Well, they're trying to sort of have a show of confidence and preparedness here on on camera, but they do seem pretty high energy right now, which leads me to believe that they are also concerned about this. And the fact is that they thought this was going to be slightly smaller of a hurricane until more recently. Until like I think the last 24 hours is when essentially they realized it was going to be a 4 rather than I think a 3 or a 2. I think they might have started off with the protection net being 2, but that was like a week ago. Let's go down to here, showing people bracing for this storm.
Right now, we do want to take you out to Steinhatchee. That's an area just west of Gainesville. And listen, for so many in this area, this is like deja vu. This is where people right now are gearing up for the worst yet again.
Yeah, so the coastal community along the Big Bend could see storm surge up to 20 feet and damaging winds. So for CBS Miami, Maribel Gonzalez, she joins us now live from Steinhatchee. Maribel, this community is still, though, recovering from 2023's Hurricane Idalia, so this is really not what they want to see.
Definitely, and I can say that preparation is key. A lot of lessons learned from that experience. But as you mentioned, here in these coastal towns, the major concerns are storm surge, those devastating winds, the flooding that, as you can see, can quickly happen here. Right now, we're standing over this dock, but we're told that in just a matter of hours, this could be underwater.
Yeesh.
Florida, a sense of urgency as Hurricane Helene nears.
I mean, if she's right, I mean, if not she's right, if the projections are right, I mean, how tall is she? How tall the railing is usually? 3 feet? I figure that's about a little less than 3 feet. Call it 2.5 feet. That thing's gonna be well underwater. I mean, 10 plus feet underwater, potentially. Which is just insane to think about. It's another like 7 feet above her.
This could be underwater. Across Florida, a sense of urgency as Hurricane Helene nears.
I mean, rather be safe than sorry, right?
Preparations underway as Helene gains strength over the record warm Gulf of Mexico. The monstrous hurricane slated to slam into Florida's Big Bend coast Thursday evening, bringing with it dangerous winds, flooding, and potentially life-threatening storm surges.
All right, let's keep this going. This is also from 17 hours ago.
Back now with a live look out of Tampa, Florida, ahead of Hurricane Helene's expected landfall as a major hurricane tonight. Now you can see really the calm before the storm. You can see the clouds there, but nothing is what they're going to face in just a few hours.
Fireworks? What is that?
Evacuations in place, though, in at least 20 Florida counties. There are also...
Do you see what I'm looking at? What the fuck is that? What is this? Like Disney World or something?
You can see the clouds there, but nothing is what they're going to face in just a few hours.
Right. Evacuations in place, though, in at least 20 Florida counties.
Valhalla.
There are also states of emergency in Georgia and now North Carolina added to that, as well as Virginia.
Brittany's been talking about just the massive system this thing is going to grow into. People along the Florida coast preparing ahead of this storm, boarding up the windows, stocking up on all the essential supplies like generators and gasoline. Businesses like outdoor restaurants forced to shut down.
Yeah, powerful winds, that storm surge. ABC's Rena Roy joins us live from Tampa. And Rena, how is it looking there? We just saw a live camera shot. It looked like truly the calm before the storm.
Oh, you think it's an oil rig? That's an interesting thought. It's probably covered in lights and that camera's got water on it. So yeah, that's actually really, that's a really good guess. I mean, there's no way of knowing for sure, but I'm willing to entertain that thought.
Hey, Mike and Charlene, good morning to both of you. Yeah, that's right. It is the calm before the storm. I can tell you it's been raining a little bit off and on since early this morning. We're also starting to feel some wind gusts. Overall, though, as you said, pretty calm. That, of course, is expected to change as Helene moves in here in Tampa. And the main concern here is storm surge.
This morning, Hurricane Helene is on track to explode into a
I still like Valhalla better, though.
Before slamming into Florida today. High winds and heavy rain already hitting some areas like Marco Island. The storm first unleashing its fury on Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, flooding streets and taking down trees in Cancun, and soon expected to make landfall on the eastern part of the Florida Panhandle, with winds up to 130 miles per hour and up to 2 feet of rain expected in some areas.
There's so much video of people going to stores, getting all that sort of prepper stuff here. Just this guy right here just got an entire trunk full of water and a propane canister. Oh, Jesus Christ.
We all hunker down together and we make the best of it.
In the capital city of Tallahassee, more than
Whoops.
100,000 in the direct path. Many get out.
I got a bad feeling about this one.
Oh my God. Why is this doing this?
Remains central in Helene's path as forecasted. We will see unprecedented damage like nothing we have ever experienced before as a community.
Storm surge could reach 20 feet, equivalent to a 2-story building. The National Weather Service calling it catastrophic and/or potentially unsurvivable.
Potentially unsurvivable. That sounds bad. You tell me something's potentially unsurvivable, I think twice. I think twice. That's just me. But honestly, that's not even... that is actually not the most sort of... I want to say inflammatory, but that's the wrong word in this case, I think. The most sort of... amped up sort of rhetoric here from the officials that we're going to see leading into this thing. But we are not there yet. We will get there, though. You will see what I'm talking about. We are going in chronological order. Where are we right now? All right, let's keep this moving. I'm going to actually get to here. Let's go this far. We gotta get...
So let's get right to CBS News.
No, we already did. Let's go here. This is 14 hours ago.
Everything is gone. That's all. It's just that.
This one here's got me a little bit more nervous than the others. I mean, for the extent of how wide and vast it is. I mean, it's not a little small storm like the others we've had here recently.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's funny that he calls it small. Some of the storms that have hit that region have not been small. But this thing is, like we said earlier, it's practically, it's basically, the width of it is basically half the size of the fucking Gulf of Mexico. It is insane just how big this thing is. Just for perspective, I'm pretty sure Hold on, let's pull out a U.S. map just to. Whatever, we've seen it. We're not gonna do this. We don't have time for that shit.
It's like
Rein
it's
it
like
in,
a bad
Streamlord.
dream over and over. It's like as soon as you get cleaned up for one storm, 6 months later you're getting hit again, or 8 months later you're getting hit again. So it's constantly picking up tree limbs and just, it's stressful. But you know, as long as the insurance rates don't keep going up, I'll be all right. You just gotta survive, push through it.
Just talking to our regulars, right? People we see here every day, you kind of feel for them, and it's our community. But having a, you know, they went through this not that long ago, just a couple months ago, and then last year, maybe a little overwhelmed. You know, some of these families just rebuild what they lost, and now.
Damn, that's a big fucking generator. It's the size of 49 school buses. I think it's bigger than that. Pretty sure the Gulf of Mexico is bigger than 98 school buses. That could be, maybe we're talking about two different kinds of school buses. I don't know. Why are we on this screen right now? What's happening? Oh, you're just making shit up. Wow.
At this moment, we're just hours
Shocking.
away from Hurricane Helene, expected to make landfall in Florida.
And that's right. That's expected to happen along the Gulf Coast this evening. The storm is projected to hit hardest near Tallahassee. It could escalate to a Category 4 hurricane. Surrounding areas will also feel the impact.
Now, as you've been watching through our reporting, folks in Florida have been preparing for days, and now it's those last-minute preparations underway in the western part of the state. There, a state of emergency has been declared. Officials now advising people who haven't evacuated to stay right where you are.
CBS News national correspondent Manuel Bajorquez is tracking the storm for us from Tampa, Florida. Manny, what's the scene in Tampa look like right now? It looks like the waters behind you are getting a little rougher.
Yeah, they definitely are. They've been choppy all morning as we've been seeing the outer bands of Hurricane Helene move through this area. The big concern here is the population size, the greater Tampa area, and the fact that 5 to 8 feet of storm surge is projected as we reach the height of the storm. That could be this evening.
And Tampa's on the west coast, right? It's like on the, I mean, not the, it's on the east coast, actually? Hey, hold on. Is Tampa on the east coast or the west coast? Hold on. I gotta look this up. I could have sworn Tampa was on the far side. Oh no, it's not. Oh shit, it's right there. Why do I think it's over there? Sorry, chat. I'm getting distracted.
Into tonight. Right now, there are still people coming out here to look. You can see, take pictures and get splashed around by the water. But the window to get away from these areas, that time window, is quickly closing. And yesterday, officials did order mandatory evacuations in several low-lying and coastal areas. Although we did hear earlier today that the Pinellas County Sheriff was concerned that not many people in those areas were taking it seriously and not getting out. Again, that window, that time window to get out is quickly closing. And keep in mind the size of this storm. We're about 200 miles from where it's expected to hit, the eye at least. So we won't take a direct hit. But it's so big, all those winds and all those outer bands are just going to push the water up into the bay, and that could lead to some flooding problems here in the Tampa Bay area.
And Manny.
So yeah, Tampa is down. It's not at the panhandle. It's below the crux there, if you will. Sort of in a inlet, I guess you would call it. Just for a brain visual for you. While we're talking about all that, let's keep this going. This is, oh, here we go. Here comes the rhetoric. Here comes the intensely...
Perry, Florida is about an hour south of Tallahassee. Our Jesse
There we
Kirsch
go.
is there. Jesse?
Oh boy.
Lester, a very blunt request from officials here tonight. They're telling people who have not heeded a mandatory evacuation request to write their name and their date of birth on their body in permanent markers so their bodies can be identified. That is what they're asking residents to prepare for here. You can see it is largely a ghost town here in Perry, but there are still cars on the road. We have still seen people on foot. And officials are so concerned about the conditions that we could be seeing here this evening. The sheriff tells me they have not...
I gotta say, I don't see a lot of people rushing rushing out of this particular area that he's in. Seems very quiet.
Even opened a shelter here. There, if people need to access to transportation, they are partnered with Uber. Officials are partnered with Uber to get people out. There are also buses that have been offered. They are trying to get people to shelters in other counties. The sheriff is that concerned about a shelter here caving in. We are going to potentially get the brunt of the winds, the powerful hurricane force winds here in Taylor County, Florida. And if that happens, that would effectively be like a tornado. We're overhead here for over an hour. And it is that prolonged exposure to those powerful wind gusts which could weaken structures and create real concern for life because of the wind. But there's all...
Can you imagine 8 feet of water as well as tornado force winds for an hour? It seems bad. Seems pretty bad. But if you didn't catch that rhetoric at the beginning there, they told people to mark their bodies with their ID. It's a pretty clear message, I would say. I wonder how many people are heeding that warning.
Let's get right to ABC News Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z live on the ground in St. Petersburg, Florida, along with ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore. So, Ginger, the effects of the storm already being felt there. We can see you're in the thick of it. What are you seeing there, and what...
This is from 6 hours ago.
Tell us about the storm surge for Tampa Bay.
Oh yeah, here in St. Petersburg, Selena, we have had the offshore winds all day, so the bay has been just rocketing over the land. The wind is obviously kicking. We've seen gusts upwards of nearly 70 miles per hour right here in the bay. So we're going to keep seeing that through tonight. The storm is still west of us by a good 120 miles or so, and it is going so fast. It is now a strong Category 3 hurricane with max sustained winds of 125 miles per hour, and it is going to keep moving north-northeast right now. Its forward trajectory is 23. That means it is going to be up in the Big Bend by tonight, sometime between, say, 9 and midnight. Now, you're going to see the piling of water as we have all day here as those winds become onshore and that eye wall comes in. That's why we're concerned about places like Steinhatchee, down to Cedar Key, even Crystal River that took on so much water from Idalia when they had, the center was way far away. That's the thing, is all throughout Southwest Florida, you can end up with big impacts, even with a center up in the Big Bend. So I want to just mention the storm surge overall, 4 to 8 feet is expected here around the Tampa Bay. But when you talk 10 to 20 feet, anywhere from Apalachicola right through St. Mark's over to, say, everybody south of Perry along that coast, that's 2 stories of water. I've seen it before. It takes homes off of their foundation and can just rip them apart. It is unbelievable the power of water. It happens within minutes. And unfortunately,
2 stories of water. That seems like a lot. It's like, I'm trying to think. Where's their huge... That's day after tomorrow, storm surge levels of water, I think. Oh my fucking god, that is wild.
that's going to happen ahead of that eye wall tonight, sometime again before midnight. So once that happens, and Samara's going to cover where it goes after it makes landfall, but I did want to show you that here in Tampa Bay, we've been watching this inundation, and even though we're going to see a shift in the wind, 4 to 8 feet can give you up to 6 feet of inundation all along this peninsula of St. Petersburg, up around the bay, and on the backside. So it's not great. We've already seen road closures. It was hard to get around on these kind of coastal areas, but I know that a lot of folks here are prepared. I haven't seen a lot of people out.
All right, let's go here. Hurricane Helene becomes powerful
Good evening
category
and welcome.
4.
When this week
before
began,
landfall.
hardly anyone was talking about a storm named Helene. Tonight, it's all anyone is talking about along the Florida coast and across the deep south. As we come on the air right now, category 4 hurricane Helene powering its way ashore on Florida's iconic Big Bend region.
Damn.
Forecasters have warned it could gain even more strength before official landfall just a few hours from now. The hugely powerful storm captured in these images, taken from a Hurricane Hunter plane, producing sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. The sprawling mass of Helene, a jaw-dropping 500 miles in diameter. Already tonight, some dramatic images of the storm surge, water rushing beneath Florida's Matlacha Bridge, a storm surge of up to 20 feet forecasted. Virtually the entire west coast of Florida under hurricane and storm surge alerts. Georgia and South Carolina also in the line of fire tonight. We'll get to Al Roker for the latest tracking in just a moment, but let's start in Tallahassee with Tom Yamas. Tom, what are you expecting there?
Let's keep this going. We are getting close to the current time, though, I'll tell you that much.
The United States, where officials are warning that Hurricane Helene could cause a nightmare scenario as it approaches Florida's coastline. These satellite images show Helene advancing across the Gulf of Mexico. It's already hit parts of Florida and is expected to bring significant damage to much of southeastern United States. Helene's actually been upgraded to a Category 3 hurricane and is due to make landfall in a few hours. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Some of this footage of just the the water coming up to the houses and stuff like that's pretty intense looking, even with the hurricane not actually being in the places where some of this footage is being taken. Sort of like the lead up is like, my God, a lot. All right, let's go here. St. Pete's elevation is max 10 feet. That's not good.
Unsurvivable. That is the exact word officials are using right now.
If the max elevation in St. Pete's is 10 feet,
extremely dangerous.
that seems just horrifying. That would mean that practically every house in St. Pete will be underwater. Because St. Pete is right next to Tampa. Right? It's like part of Tampa, isn't it?
Category 4 hurricane, bringing with it potentially historic storm surge levels right now expected at 20 feet. Let's just look at the scene right now. This is a live camera that we have in Matlacha, Florida. Trees right there right now. You've got up to 130 an hour.
Damn. Look at the water going over it. You know, and the thing is, we were looking at the same bridge earlier, and there was not water in these places that it's at now. This shit is escalating fast.
Gusts coming through that area on that bridge. We have seen cars coming and going, really, even in these past few moments, which is
oh my God,
pretty
your
stunning.
brother's in
Many
St.
bridges
Pete.
have already been closed. This is the Skyway Bridge, as you're
Hopefully he
looking
got
here,
out
which
of
is now
there already.
completely submerged. Imagine being in one of those cars. And right now, darkness is descending on the area. More than
Jesus.
200,000 people in the dark without power. Right now, there is a sheriff asking people who do not evacuate to write their name and date of birth on their arm or
just
leg
got
so
done
they
listening
can
to
be
that.
identified. And now the storm is hitting unprecedented warm waters, and that's what's really acting like this high-octane jet fuel, as they're calling it, with the storm intensifying and speeding up so rapidly. Right now, we do expect 60 million people across 12 U.S. states to feel the effects of Helene over these next hours and days. It is now one of the largest storms to go through the Gulf of Mexico in the last century. This image is that storm from the International Space Station. And of course, the larger the storm, the more catastrophic the damage when you add up the wind and the flooding and the rain. And we do have some new pictures from inside the storm as it's rapidly intensifying. This from one of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, as you can see in part of the viewfinder there. And the Florida capital, Tallahassee, bracing for what they're calling a dead-on hit. Tallahassee, in fact, and this is an interesting thing, at least in known history, has never faced sustained hurricane force winds. And that, of course, has officials fearing complete destruction in this moment. Thousands of trees could come down, massive power outages, just an absolutely chaotic and horrific scene possible in Tallahassee. And there are new warnings.
Okay, Aaron's giving me the heebie-jeebies right now. Jesus Christ. Total destruction. For fuck's sake.
Tonight across all of the South, Tennessee, Georgia, the Carolinas, all right now preparing for life-threatening flash floods. In Georgia, people being told to stay off the roads. In Asheville, North Carolina, 100 miles inland, evacuations are already underway. They are being told that they will be seeing one of the most significant weather events to happen in the modern era.
One of the most significant weather events in the modern era. You heard Aaron just now. I mean, she's exaggerated in the past, but she was quoting someone else. So, I mean, this is, and I did have some feelings about this one. Not quite this. I wasn't thinking that. That sounds... I was not prepared to make those claims leading into this, but, my God, I hope that's not what happens. We are on the cusp of it, though, right now.
And we do have reporters across Florida tonight. Chad Myers also standing by with the latest forecast as the storm is about to, formally hit near Tallahassee. I want to start with Derek Van Dam joining me now, though, from Apalachicola on the Florida Panhandle. And Hurricane Helene, Derek, heading your way, going to be arriving, as I said, the formal arrival soon. What are you seeing? What do you expect?
Well, this area in particular is bracing for what could be the most powerful landfalling hurricane in Big Bend history. And that's really saying something because I often refer to this as the catcher's mitt of hurricanes.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Big Bend is basically the thing that gets hit by all the hurricanes. So if it's the worst in history, we got a problem, people. We have got a problem.
A what now? Just look at the topography. This thing is just primed for hurricanes to just move in, and it's so vulnerable as well. I was trying to think of ways to encapsulate for our viewers what we're experiencing here on the ground, the familiar sights, the familiar sounds. We're hearing this kind of a howl, almost a roar. Every once in a while, these whirls of wind come sweeping by, associated with some of the heavier rain bands. We get pelted in the face with some of the stronger gusts in the rain bands that feel like almost like a power washer comes through. I walked out our front door and got instantly bombarded with a gust that almost took me off of my feet. And then, obviously, the flooding waters that are starting to pile up, overtake the sewage systems and the drainage systems here, and then the familiar sights of the rocking trees and even the signs.
And that is something we've seen all year, where other places have flooded, right? Especially, I don't know, like Brazil had a really bad time with that, Rio do Sul. Trying to think of the other places that were especially hit in that particular way. But the sewer systems, the water gets high enough, depending on preparedness, planning, and just, sheer water level, of course, they can be overwhelmed, forcing them to shut things down, but also what exists in the sewers to come up out of them and into the streets. And that's never good.
That soon will become the potential for missiles as winds here could top 75 miles per hour quite easily. We have so many threats associated with this storm in Apalachicola, which we're in Franklin County, and you could see most people have heeded the evacuation warnings. We've got empty streets, but still have power for now. We're going to take advantage of that as we can.
Okay. Let's just move to the end of this.
If Tallahassee gets a little, this thing goes a little bit to the east, but as the mayor said, it's something that they've never experienced here. And I think they're.
I've heard that maybe if we inject bleach into the storms, it'll fix it. I've heard it's very, very good. That's what people tell me. Ah, God. This is just so... This is so much. This has got me real concerned. And it's literally unfolding basically right now together. Like, I have no idea where this all ended up. I have a couple of live streams that ended while we were streaming that we're going to tune into once we get to the end of the regular videos here. Yeah, I think these videos kind of show the deteriorating
Thank you for joining us. I'm John Dickerson. Hurricane Helene is hitting the Florida Panhandle as a Category 4 storm. Already more than 250,000 people in the state are without power. Thousands of residents have been told to evacuate, with storm surge potentially reaching up to 20 feet in some areas. CBS News national correspondent Tom Hansen joins me now from Tallahassee. All right, Tom, tell me what's happening where you are right now.
Yeah, John, well, right now we are waiting with bated breath as this storm nears closer and closer to where we are. As you might know, we are about 50 miles inland at this point. So the considerations, the concerns that officials have are very different from what we've seen on the coast with that potentially catastrophic storm surge. Here, the concern is actually the tree. In Tallahassee, the tree canopy is immense, and that has officials very concerned about flying debris. This is a very powerful storm, one that people are taking very seriously.
Yeah, right. Because, I don't know if you know how palm trees are set up, but they have these, the way that they're set up is like they have like all these little pieces to them, right? That are kind of stacked up on top of each other, across from each other, and they, depending on how fast this stuff is going, anything can get like ripped off of a tree, or even a tree itself could get ripped out of the ground and could be going flying, depending on how fast these winds are going. But literally anything can get picked up off the ground and just go flying around at 100, or what did they say, 85 miles an hour? I mean, what's the distinction when you have something solid flying at your face at 100 miles an hour, I would say, or between 85 and 100 miles an hour? I would say there's not a ton of distinction there.
Governor announcing yesterday that 18,000 linemen
flying coconuts.
for utility companies are in position in order to protect and restore all of the power infrastructure here. I just want to give you a look, though. Behind me, there is a massive oak tree, and of course, the sun is going down, so it might be difficult.
I honestly got distracted thinking about all the beach equipment. I was talking about the trees, and then I started thinking about, like, umbrellas and chairs flying at 85 miles an hour. Forgot all about the coconuts.
To see, but there are massive oak trees. Now think about this. These, for all intents and purposes, these hurricanes are gigantic tornadoes. If we're having sustained winds of 130 miles and above, that can jettison some of these branches through the air and cause serious damage, especially to the power line systems here. There are so many areas that we've seen as we've gone around where these massive trees are right next to power lines. We're anticipating that those power outage numbers are going to continue to go up before they go down, Sean.
We're taking a live look now at our live drive vehicle going from Taylor County into Suwannee County. Kenya Cardone is riding a...
I'm going to skip to this one. Jesus. Oh my God. What the fuck is happening here? The ocean is taking over this road. This road is now ocean. It's mostly ocean at this point. It's like 90% ocean, 10% road. Severe.
Hurricane Helene, extremely dangerous, Category 4. It's more than 400 miles across, pushing a storm surge that officials are calling unsurvivable, is now hitting Florida's Gulf Coast. As much as 20 feet of water forecast along the shore south of Tallahassee, which itself is expected to take a direct blow. Some coastal areas already flooding. Take a look, live pictures right now from Gulfport and Tampa on the right. Interstate 275. President Biden this evening urged anyone
Gulfport looks pretty bad.
Extremely serious.
I think that's supposed to be a lawn.
Certainly there in Gulfport,
or
especially.
Something.
Emergency
Hard to
managers in
say.
Florida's Taylor County are telling people choosing to stay, and there are people choosing to stay, to write their name and date of birth on a leg to help identify their bodies. Storm warnings are now in effect as far north as Charlotte, North Carolina. We've got CNN correspondents all along the places now in harm's way, and Chad Myers in the CNN Weather Center. Let's start with CNN meteorologist Derek Van Dam, who is in Apalachicola. What are you seeing there, Derek?
Anderson, the conditions, as one would expect, have gone down exponentially quick here in Apalachicola, near the Big Bend of Florida. We're going to remain on the west side of the eye of the storm. We know that is, of course, the most powerful, but because of the size of the storm, there is no doubt that we will feel extreme impacts here where we're standing, and points further east as well. The storm, the bottom is literally dropping out from itself. It is strengthening, and it is expanding in size as it does so. We were looking at some of the wind radiuses, so how far out the tropical storm force winds extend, over 400 miles in diameter. The hurricane force winds extend over 100 miles. So
400 miles of hurricane force winds? That is insane. That is fucking crazy. Ugh. I feel I really hope everybody that's in Florida got out of the coastal areas. I mean, this is looking pretty bad. But 400 miles, it's also sort of exceeds the coastal areas as well. But you know, like they were saying, the coast is the most at risk, especially as it relates to the flooding. You wonder where birds like pelicans and the like find safe harbor? It's a good question. What the fuck is that sound? Oh. Hold on, I'll be right back.
it's like having a tornado move through, once the strongest part of the storm comes ashore, move through a 100-mile wide space. That's the kind of ferocity that this storm is going to come in with, and the catastrophic winds that we are anticipating with it. Now, the Big Bend, this catcher's mitt of Florida, is so vulnerable to the storm surge. So all of that water is going to be pushed up onshore, and the wordage from the National Weather Service of unsurvivable storm surge values, well, that's what 20 feet will do. That is the size of 2 stories high. In fact, we're on the 2nd floor of this building here. That would just not be a survivable storm surge. Fortunately for us, on the west side, the winds will be coming offshore, so maybe, just maybe, that will help limit the storm surge potential here. Now, I'm trying to put it into
Is this guy gonna have to get airlift out? It's like, I'm sorry. Like, wait, this guy is talking right now? That's what I'm imagining.
And we've
is that this guy in about, I don't know, 12 to 24 hours, him and the rest of the crew are going to be on the roof holding a couple bags and a camera, just kind of being like, well, we're here on the roof right now waiting for our air support.
all too familiar hurricane sounds, almost the roar of a train approaching the area. We get pelted with these strong wind gusts. It feels like someone's taking a pressure washer to your face. But then, of course, there's the flickering lights. I cannot believe we still have electricity. But in our safe space that we have here in our Airbnb that we rented in Apalachicola, we're feeling the brunt of the storm, and it's becoming difficult to even open the doors. So that just gives you an idea of what people here are going to have to deal with tonight. The flash flood potential is considerable. The chance of waterspouts and tornadoes is real. The storm surge threat is palpable, and of course it doesn't just stop at the coast. We know how fast the storm's moving, and that means it's going to bring the hurricane force winds inland at pace overnight. Unfortunately,
some of these live feeds are just so creepy to look at. Like the water bouncing over the lights back here. My God.
Like this, they got caught where they thought they were going to get over this bridge or this causeway in time, and they did not. That is, well, not good for your life, and certainly not good for your car driving through.
These are now live
like
images also from Tampa. I'm not sure which road this on. I'll try to find out, but it's I-275.
That's on the way to Skyway, yeah. So the water obviously coming over the top of that. No cars have been on this now for quite a few hours. It was.
All right, let's go here. Rare extreme wind warning issued for Hurricane Helene's landfall location.
You can see this storm moving very
Oh, good.
closely into the
Another
Big Bend
rare
area.
thing.
That is exactly where.
That's exactly what they need. That's exactly what we need in this moment, right? Historical flooding for the Big Bend, as well as a rare extreme wind warning.
You can see this storm moving very closely into the Big Bend area. That is exactly where Steinhatchee is. It is in Taylor County right there. That's an area that we're watching very closely tonight as we wait to get Jules on the line with us. I do want to go to CNN.
You gotta say, that's one of those rare W's that you don't want.
Derek Van Dam, because there is now an extreme wind warning that is in place for exactly along where these areas are in Steinhatchee, that is in the Big Bend area. Derek Van Dam, what can you tell us about this extreme wind warning and what it means now for people who did choose to stay behind, like Jules?
all right, so Caitlin, these extreme wind warnings are reserved by the National Weather Service to only issue them at the most important moments, the most extreme moments for the approach of a storm of this magnitude. They really reserve them because the verbiage talks about how you need to treat this like an extreme wind as if a tornado was approaching your area. So what do you do when a tornado comes knocking on your door? You go to the interior of your home, away from windows. You protect yourself by putting blankets, perhaps even bedding over top of you. You need to take action to protect your life and the life of your others in your home with you. Now, the safest place that there.
Yeah, and the problem with a tornado warning in a place like Florida is no basements. Absolutely no basements, pretty much, throughout the whole state. All right, well, there might be a couple, I don't know. But it's pretty rare to have a basement in Florida, right? And so many people are just going to be floor level, having to deal with literal tornado force winds.
Talking about during this extreme wind warning is, in a reinforced interior. That's maybe perhaps under a table, if that's not a possibility. So this extreme wind warning, again, it's reserved for these most extreme moments, and that is what we anticipate to take place just east of Apalachicola, where I'm located, along the Big Bend.
Okay, now let's go here. This is the first video of all of this, labeled Hurricane Helene makes landfall.
Good evening and thanks for joining us. Breaking news as we come on the air tonight. Hurricane Helene is close to making landfall tonight in the Florida Panhandle as a dangerous Category 4 storm. This is video of some dramatic flooding in Gulfport, Florida tonight. Right now, at least 125,000 customers are without power in Florida. Airlines have canceled at least 1,200 flights across the country. This video shows the flooded lobby of a vacation resort in Madeira Beach, Florida. The storm's impact is expected to stretch across several states. The governors of Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, and Virginia have all declared emergencies in their states.
Can room service come get the water out of my room?
Bringing heavy rain and potentially catastrophic storm surge.
Conditions deteriorating in the Big Bend region where the Panhandle meets the peninsula. Some areas bracing for up to 20 feet of storm surge. Millions also under a tornado threat. The state capital of Tallahassee bracing for potentially the worst hurricane conditions on record.
There's going to be debris. There's going to potentially, in some parts, there's going to be standing water. That is difficult to navigate as it is, but to be doing that in the dark of night is hazardous. The sun's going to come out. You're going to have time to take stock of this. You're going to have time to do what you need to do.
Phil Prescott lives in Cedar Key and says many residents heeded the evacuation warnings.
The fear factor is pretty significant. So the good news is more than ever, people have left.
In the Tampa Bay area, high winds and storm surge prompting authorities to shut down multiple bridges, including the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. ABC's Whit Johnson is there.
This is the very popular Bayshore Boulevard, and as you can see, even before the storm's arrival, the water is coming up and over the seawall, moving into the neighborhoods and threatening homes.
Further north, authorities in Georgia calling up the National Guard.
We have route and debris clearance teams already postured throughout the state, and we have just a bunch of general purpose soldiers and airmen that are available to provide protection and security.
Parts of North Carolina are also bracing for heavy rain, and officials there fear floods and landslides. The National Weather Service warning this could be one of the most significant weather events in history for the area. Ike Ajachi, ABC News, Tallahassee.
All right, this next one was a live stream, but has now been shut off. I'm not sure why. I mean, it could be for multiple reasons. Loss of power. I'm pretty sure this was damn. Oh shit. Just got hit. He tried, whoever was in that car tried to stop before getting hit by that. They tried to stop before the wave hit them, and it was just too late. Just got slapped right across the bow. Wow. So this was like 6 hours ago, as you can see on the bar down here. I think the shaking is from the wind. Alright, let's go to 10 Tampa Bay to the actual live. Although, before we do that, I'm going to go way to the end here.
Stock.
You're
going to see some serious damage. So
for the rest of the morning hours.
Anything that we can't handle as a state.
And again,
we're very good at
it's pudding
being,
fingers.
Gritting through this stuff, and we know that's just part of life.
Alright, pudding fingers. So you can see basically the time that this was ending, the eye was directly over the Big Bend here. Right, let's go to the live 10 Tampa Bay. See what they're doing.
tomorrow, which is technically Saturday, we will see this kind of fire back up here. I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's flooding that much, but it's definitely going to give you.
And I'm sure the same, and people had left. So I'm sure that the same is true here, but it's just heartbreaking. You know, every single community, no matter what that community is, impacted by this, and there's so many different levels of that we're going to see. And as we've said, it's a loss on different, you know, a loss if you're on Anna Maria Island in a different capacity, a loss if you're, you know, in South Tampa in a different capacity, a loss if you're in Pasco County. Just either way, no one has escaped.
I mean, these homes become our refuge. They become our comfort place, and the fact that you know,
a lot of people that are
damaged,
going to need help.
Yeah, people are going to be out of a home for a good while here, and a lot of folks just simply can't afford the kind of damage that they're seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people can't even afford to just, I don't know, stay in a hotel or suddenly not be doing the things that they normally do, like going to work. Not everybody, but many people couldn't, you know, can't be doing things out of the, just drastically out of the normal for a really long time without incurring some sort of economic hardship along the way.
So we're going to take a look at Treasure Island.
We have 50
right
likes now.
Treasure
Jesus.
Island,
Okay.
obviously over, you know, close to the Gulf of Mexico there, and we've seen a lot of water
John Wick.
in this
The
area.
stop sign on the left side, so you can just see kind of how. And
yeah, and I can't tell for sure where this is in Treasure Island. There, it's difficult to make out the that sign there.
Oh,
but
no.
you know, Treasure Island, obviously pretty big area, a really popular area, and right on the Gulf of Mexico, of course. So
Damn.
You can see that this area.
These floods are really coming in. How do you go to work when work is flooded? Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that was sort of the point I was making. It's impossible to go to work or do anything in the midst of all of this, aside from trying to survive and avoid catastrophic loss to your, you know, your life, like all of your belongings.
It's really taking a hit tonight.
That water's and you know, we're seeing a picture of this. That water's moving.
Right.
So it's
and we've
you know,
we've seen that, you know, on Gulf Boulevard and other places too. It's almost unrecognizable. It really looks like a river, and it's very difficult to tell.
That's the Gulf of Mexico.
Right.
It's the new Gulf of Mexico. That's what it is.
And that's
a bad joke. It's a bad joke. I don't know your name. Too soon. It's too soon for that. Tomorrow we'll make jokes about the Gulf of Mexico.
Island. I know we've seen Madeira Beach, and it's so much. It's such high water. Do we have that? Okay, so we have some flooding video that's coming in now from Pinellas and Sarasota.
Yeah,
this is from earlier. Yes, this is not right now. Oh, okay. So this is earlier. This was like if you're going toward St. Pete from Tampa on the Gandy Bridge. This is it now
tonight.
Yep. Before or after.
And it's closed. All the bridges are closed. All the major bridges are closed. Which is, and that's going to be really a complicating problem for folks tomorrow. So.
Is this the Howard
damn.
No.
We've been looking at this thing for a while. Something looks wrong here.
You know, it's so
hard to figure out.
To make out. I would assume that's the Howard Franklin based on the construction there.
Yep.
Does this thing get broken, or is it just the water? Maybe it's the water that's
Howard
fucking with the perspective.
Closed tonight. Gandy Bridge is closed tonight. Courtney Campbell Causeway closed, and there we go. I mean, it's and what
that's the Courtney Campbell.
Yeah,
that's the Courtney. I mean, based on what we showed earlier, that has to be the Courtney Campbell, and you can just a lot of sand. Our Chris Hurst has been.
Authorities are trying to get to the people that they can who have asked for assistance to be rescued from their homes. Many neighborhoods in Sarasota and Manatee are underwater right now, especially low-lying areas along the coast. But we just talked to the Holmes Beach police chief, who said that they probably are not going to be able to go out and rescue anyone tonight, that they actually have a fully involved fire in Holmes Beach right now that they can't get to and put out, and that they've closed the access road to Anna Maria Island. That's Manatee Avenue.
Jesus Christ. What? They have a fully involved fire in the middle of a hurricane? Now is not a good time. That is inconvenient. Who's in charge of fires exactly?
They don't have an ability to get you if you need help. So they've actually been telling people to just hunker down and wait until the morning. Now, we do know that here in Sarasota County, the authorities also are trying to respond to people who need help in Siesta Key, Nokomis, Venice. We were just in Nokomis for most of the evening on Thursday night, and the storm surge was going over US 41 and the Tamiami Trail, and those neighborhoods that were next to it where we were at were definitely flooded. And we had homeowners that were coming out telling us that they had several inches of water inside their home and that they were just going to try.
It looks like more than several inches.
But for right now,
it's above his knees.
Until dawn, the
It's
tide
like
is
a
not
foot
going
and
to
a
be
half,
helping us
depending
in
on how
terms
tall
of
he
getting
is.
down to a lower point to push some of this water even
higher.
further back. Reporting in Sarasota County, Chris Hurst.
All right. Well, that's gonna do it for the Hurricane Helene talk. We could keep doing this, but we have other things to discuss here today. Including things discussing climate change and global warming, as we always do. So let's go to this. This is News 8 WROC from 2 days ago. New York State celebrates Climate Week. Oh, oops, I just realized I'm on the, there we go.
The New York State DEC is celebrating its 16th annual Climate Week, which is underway right now. Meteorologist Leanne Beyer in studio with us to share what this week's main focuses are. Leanne.
Natalie, Brendan Woodruff, who is the Director of Sustainability at the DEC, tells me that this week is all about the government agency standing with its local, state, and federal partners to tackle climate change, ensure sustainability, and prioritize environmental justice for all the benefits of New Yorkers.
The main focus of Climate Week is really on combating climate change and reducing greenhouse gas emissions throughout the entire state. And so we're bringing folks together, there's conversations, and we're really raising awareness about climate change.
This week is not only about the DEC and their involvement, but rather the involvement of all residents of New York State.
During Climate Week, we have this great event going on as well called Get There Green. And so this is an annual sustainable transportation promotion event that we do. So we're encouraging all New Yorkers to join us in getting there green.
This event encourages residents to walk, bike, carpool, use public transportation, and so much more to get from place to place. And it's something that can be done every day, not just...
All right. It is Climate Week, so do try and get somewhere without a car. Some sort of fossil fuel transportation, or fossil fuel based transportation, excuse me. Challenge yourself. Alright, let's go here to Democracy Now!, where they discuss climate activists shutting down Citibank headquarters in NYC.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. We turn to Climate Week, which has brought thousands of government leaders, scientists, companies, and activists to New York City alongside the United Nations General Assembly. Activists began the week Monday with a direct action shutting down one of the world's largest funders of fossil fuel expansion. Democracy Now! Was outside Citibank's global headquarters in Manhattan when 31 activists were arrested for blocking the building's entrance after the company ignored their repeated requests for a meeting. Many spoke about the devastating impacts of Citibank's fossil fuel investments on their communities in states like Louisiana and Texas.
Hey, City, get off it. Put planet over profit. Hey, City, get off it. Put planet over profit. Hey, City, get off it. Put planet over profit.
Stay in front. Stay in front. Jonathan Weston with Climate Defenders. Cities financing
You don't tell
the
Amy
entire
Goodman what to do.
destruction of the Gulf South, and families from the Gulf South came up here to meet with them today, and City refused to meet with them.
My name is Melanie. I work for Strong Economy for All here in New York. We are here to shut it down during Climate Week because we know a better future is possible. We do not need to be investing in fossil fuels. The time is now for renewable energy, and we are demanding Citibank hear us.
Are you willing to get arrested for that?
Yes, I am willing to get arrested today because I believe in a better future than what Citibank is financing every single day. Hey, Cheryl Barnes, I'm definitely willing to be arrested if Citibank refuses to meet with us. They are responsible for ecocide and genocide all over the world.
May be charged with additional crimes since you have refused.
Please welcome Bill McKibben.
This is towards the end of this remarkable summer of heat. More than 1,000 of us have gone to jail so far this summer. And the reason is because this building behind us, this is the headquarters of the largest funder of fossil fuel expansion on planet Earth. If there is a flood near you, if there is a fire near you, if you can't grow food anymore where you used to, if you're having to leave your home because the ocean is rising, if you're living through some heat wave where the temperature is going to 120 degrees, this building is a big reason why.
Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And we just got done discussing a particular place. Well, area, really, being affected by this right now. And if the message from Bill and the rest of those protesters wasn't enough from you, for you, let's try something else. Wait.
Excuse me.
Why is it on 2x? There we go. I just love this. I can't lie. I do think it's the dirt. Pretty sure. I don't think it has anything to do with dirt. Just the patience. Takes a little longer. You can't just wait for trees to grow. But they're on the right path. Okay. I just figured we'd have a little fun in the midst of all this fucking horrible shit that we're dealing with today. We're talking climate, all that. Now let's talk about a potential bio-alternative concrete solution. This is a fascinating scientific story here, which could certainly have impact on the climate. Transforming oyster shells into a bio-alternative concrete. And if you don't know, concrete happens to be one of the biggest contributors. It's on the list. I mean, there's a lot of things on there, but there's certainly one of the big ones. One of the top, I think one of like the top 4, I think.
Could the humble oyster help the construction industry reduce its carbon footprint? London-based architect and designer Muka Sisaryaotin may have an answer with a new sustainable building material she developed, oystercrete.
Oystercrete is a bio-alternative material to traditional concrete, using discarded oyster shells.
Her goal is to eventually use this sustainable material in large-scale building applications. Oystercrete began as a research project for Sisaryaotin, who was investigating alternative building materials. She was inspired by oyster shells after seeing how many are discarded by restaurants.
They went through like 5,000 shells a day. So we sort of took that shells and like saw the potential in the shells, and it's have the same chemical composition as limestone.
Sisaryaotin is also the founder of interdisciplinary design studio Matterforms. It's here where she transforms oyster shells after collecting them from restaurants in East London.
And then we would combine them into an oystercrete mix, and all the composition within this material is all natural, and the key ingredients 80% oyster shells. We also use sand and clay, but it's very small quantity.
It's an eco-friendly alternative to cement, which is responsible for at least 6% of global CO2 emissions.
Now, of course, just to put this all into perspective, right? Like she mentioned, she's using discarded oyster shells from restaurants. So there's definitely a limit to this, because you don't want to be going and harvesting oysters to do such a thing, right? Because oysters are very important for the ecosystem. But the already harvested oyster shells that are being thrown away, being reused instead of going into the trash and going into a landfill somewhere, having it go and becoming concrete, being less of an emission than regular concrete and all of the other sort of things that go into that. You know, I think it's certainly one of a number of, alternative solutions that we have to be utilizing. Because I think we say it over and over. I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, but we do genuinely have to be diversifying the ways that we are addressing the climate situation. It's not a one size fits all. And the fact is cumulatively, to some degree, it takes a lot of effort, but even if we're, putting in one thing here, one thing there, it does eventually add up. That's just a fact. That's just the math of it all, right? But we can't continue doing all the other stuff, right? We can't just sort of wipe our hands clean of it all with just one thing. I guess that's the thing I'm just focusing on here.
Cement generates huge volumes of carbon dioxide, not only from the coal used to heat kilns, but also during the conversion of limestone into clinker, a key part of the production process. This oyster tray is one of the products Sisaryaotin has created with oystercrete.
We designed this tray so then it can go back into the restaurants and they can serve oyster on a tray. So
oysters,
it's like a fully circular process. So
oysters on oysters. Oysters on oysters on oysters on oysters on oysters. Feels like a song.
Illegal.
All right. Now, here's something that you could make with oystercrete, potentially.
"3D printing technology and the hospitality industry are converging in the West Texas."
limestone is made from shells? Is that true? Or it's just the same, like, they just have the same, like, chemical composition? Is that what you're saying?
3D printing technology and the hospitality industry are converging in the West Texas desert.
It's fair to say we will be the first 3D printed hotel in the world.
Here on the grounds of El Cosmico, a 21-acre hotel and campground, an industrial-sized 3D printer is extruding layer after layer of concrete mixture to form the walls of 2 new model units. The plan is to extend the site by 40 extra acres to include 43 hotel units and 18 residential homes, 3D printed by Icon, an Austin, Texas-based 3D printer.
This is honestly pretty awesome. They look, something about these designs just looks so futuristic. It reminds me of, like a little bit of Tatooine from Star Wars, you know? Like Luke's, uncle and aunt's house. It's got those kind of vibes.
18 residential homes, 3D printed by Icon, an Austin, Texas-based
Don't do that. Stay normal.
3D printing company. El Cosmico owner and hotelier Liz Lambert is inspired by the process.
I've never been able to build with...
You make a great point. Building stuff in the desert's bad. That part of this project is incredibly unsustainable, unless they have some sort of solution for water that I'm not seeing that isn't having it piped in from some far off place.
Such little constraint and such fluidity, and just the curves and the domes and the parabolas. It's a crazy way to build.
Yeah, 3D printing gives you a lot more room to experiment into, or even if you're sort of like quite confident, to do more organic forms and shapes.
That's Jason Ballard, the CEO and founder of Icon.
And sort of as you walk in right away, you see this is going to be a 3-bedroom unit.
The 3D printed buildings will feature domes, arches, and curved walls. Architectural features that would normally be too expensive to replicate on a large scale using traditional construction, according to Lambert. The single-story units are printed by Icon's Vulcan, a 46.5 feet wide 3D printer, standing almost 16 feet tall and weighing nearly 5 tons. A print technician monitors Vulcan as it's
Why the hat? Wait, which hat? You mean the hard hat? I don't know, something could fall. Something could fall. I know there's a lot less chance that something falls, but something could fall. Right? Like the machine above could break. Something could fall off of it. I get what you're saying, though. Oh, the cowboy hat. I assume because it's Texas. This is happening in Texas, so that would be my guess. That would be my guess. Pretty sure Texas is just littered with cowboy hats. Alright. Now let's quickly go to Europe. Here's Guardian news from 2 days ago. Apparently, Cannes, France. That's right. France got hit by torrential flash flooding 2 days ago, which I believe this must have been connected to the flooding that happened in the UK. I assume this is part of Storm Boris, although it wasn't made clear in the video. But here is some of the footage showing this flooding. Floodwaters swept through the southeast of France after torrential rain hit the region. In Cannes, gushing water. Oh. I'm sorry, they are distracting me. In Cannes, rushing water carried debris through the street. Yes. Floodwaters also inundated Antibes. Alright, now let's go here. This story, what is this? This is also related to the flooding that's happened in Europe in the last week. Associated Press, deadly flooding in Central Europe made twice as likely by climate change, according to scientists.
In this study, we looked at how human-induced climate change, so caused by the burning of oil, coal, and gas, has increased the likelihood and intensity of the rainfall that caused these floods. And we found that climate change approximately doubled the likelihood of such an event to occur, and that the intensity increased by something between 7 and 20%. If you look at just Austria, which is a part of the region that was affected, there the record really was twice as high as the previous one. And while in any climate you would expect to occasionally see records broken, to see records being broken by such large margins, that is really the fingerprint of climate change. That is only something that we see in a warming world.
Yeah, we shouldn't be, seeing biblical level flooding on the reg like we have been recently. It's not normal. And no, God's not causing it.
We also looked at the role of the vulnerability and preparedness, and we found on the one hand that the death toll is actually much lower than it was with previous events, even though the rainfall and the flooding was more intense. And that is a result of better early warning systems and that people have actually been evacuated. But on the bad news side, there had also been plans after the flooding earlier this century to renaturalize rivers, to have floodplains that are not inhabited, and have better flood defenses. And these plans have not been put into place. And therefore, the economic damages and the disruption to people's lives and livelihoods have been huge because these adaptation measures have not been put into place.
Once again, leaving things up to, businesses and capitalism and governments not taking drastic enough measures to deal with these things ahead of time. For preventative purposes, wind up dealing with the after effects of all of this. Just all the catastrophes. Actually, no. This one. This one? Yeah.
We've been talking about saving the Amazon for 30 years. Almost 30 years ago.
All right. Well, we're going to take our final break here before we get to the global news. But before we do all of that, some quick galactic messaging. First, number one, like the stream. If you haven't done that, do it. It helps everybody else, emotional support character-wise, helps me with the algorithm, supposedly. Two, numero dos, subscribe. I know some of you aren't subscribed. How do I know this? YouTube tells me. It's one of the metrics which they keep me informed of as to how many of my viewers are subscribed and how many of them are just watching without using their fingers for subscribing purposes. So do it. Click it. I know somebody somewhere is watching that's not subscribed. Alright, now after having done those things, I would like to impress upon you the seriousness of becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. Which is something we genuinely need here at the Galactic News Network to be able to continue doing what we do. The existence of this space cast is entirely incumbent upon your helping in any possible way that you can. Now, of course, if you don't want to get on Patreon, even though there's a ton of benefits available to you, you could also do Twitch, where we, are at least monetized, unlike on YouTube. There you also have Cash App and PayPal, too, if you don't want any benefits at all. Where are those links? Alright, now. Yeah, I guess that's all the capitalist messaging for you here for this break, and I'm gonna be right back. Let's make sure to grab yourselves a drink and maybe a snack. Snacky.
And nothing else we do will matter. Thanks to the Letitia Pact, a framework for recognizing and protecting the valuable forest and its peoples, signed by the governments of Guyana, Suriname, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil. There is a way forward. Thank you, President Bouquet.
In this study, we looked at how
in formulating the pact. But this initiative, this pact, must have funding. It must have teeth. It must have legislative legitimacy. Conservation International has been working in Amazonia for over 30 years. And we are here now to stand with you to put funding, to put teeth in this ambition. President Macron, we're sincerely grateful to the French government, which has committed to investing in this effort with a $100 million contribution. Thank you. It's a great start. It is a great start, but it is not enough. On behalf of Conservation International, I'm honored to announce that we are committing an additional $20 million in funding. But we can't do it alone. We need all the help that we can get. This money must go directly to indigenous people and civil society. The people on the front lines, the people on the ground, the people with their feet in the mud. Our efforts will have effect. We will make great progress. And we are not alone. There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
that we know can be unburdened by what has been. To know what can be unburdened by what has been. You see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. And the courage to see what can be, what should be unburdened by what has been. And seeing what is possible unburdened by what has been. Saw what would be unburdened by what has been. Is the ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what is possible and what can be unburdened by what has been and who has done what. Always believe in what can be unburdened by what has been. That is what I want for you. Is to see what can be unburdened by what has been. To solve what could be unburdened by what has been. To solve what could be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what is possible unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. We see what can be unburdened by what has been. The ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. A future unburdened by what has been. The ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what is possible. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. We see what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. The ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been. The pursuit of what can be unburdened by what has been. You gotta be able to see what can be unburdened by what
All right, chat. I'm back. Time to get back to those seats, space fams. The final half is about to start. But first, space news. Here is Japan successfully launching a satellite into space.
今リフトオフしました。H2A ロケット49号機が大量の煙を吐きながらゆっくりと上昇していきます。今4キロ離れたここにも爆音が届きました。薄暗く雲がかかった空にロケットの力強い光が輝いています。関係者たちの思いを乗せて宇宙に向かって一直線に進んでいきます。バリバリという雲の隙間から切り離される瞬間も映像で届けることができるかもしれません。
I have no idea what he said. I assume it was great job, we did it. And satellite, it's up there now. Or something like that. Sounds like Japanese, that's because it is. Very astute observation. Alright, now let's go here quickly to UNGA, the UN General Assembly, which happened in New York, where apparently Gaza and Lebanon took center stage. This is Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. Translate the yeah.
With his leadership under scrutiny, because U.S. efforts so far have failed to stop Israel's war on Gaza, Joe Biden gave his final speech at the United Nations General Assembly and issued another plea for a ceasefire.
Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war.
He also made passing reference to Israel's bombing of Lebanon.
Full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible.
But other countries called out Biden for double standards.
Those who are supposedly working for a ceasefire in front of the stage continue to send arms and ammunition to Israel so that it can continue its massacres in the background.
Lebanon was also on the mind of the world's top diplomat, who made changes in his speech at the last minute to address the escalation.
We should all be alarmed by the escalation. Lebanon is at the brink. The people of Lebanon, the people of Israel, and the people of the world cannot afford Lebanon to become another Gaza.
Other leaders brought the focus back to Gaza.
Exactly, though. It's already out of control. And we've already talked about just how illegal most of what Israel's been doing to Lebanon recently, especially as it relates to those the assassinations and the I don't know, those beepers that wounded thousands of people across the country, among other things they're doing now.
The blatant aggression that befalls the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip today is the most barbaric, heinous, and extensive aggression, violating human values, international conventions, and norms. This is not...
Al Jazeera could have picked some better representatives of that, but got more to talk about. It's just a amuse-bouche. They were beepers, though. Wait, you're questioning whether or not they were beepers, or my use of the word beepers? I'm confused. What are you questioning? For what reason are you questioning me? Beepers, page... That's the same thing. The same thing. Just two different words for the same thing. And I'm old. I'm 10,030 something. Alright, let's go to London. Or I guess more broadly, the UK. Here's Novara Media from 17 hours ago. Keir Starmer refuses to say sorry 7 times. That's a lot of times, Keir. It's a lot of times not to say sorry.
After conspicuously avoiding any media appearances on Sunday, Starmer has hit a full round of interviews following his conference speech. It's fair to say he didn't get an easy ride.
You mentioned that you are dedicated to providing a government service for working people. You must have mentioned working people at least 13 times in your speech. What about the people who have worked all of their lives, paid into the state, pensioners? How can you justify taking away up to £300 from those formerly working people?
Well, it's tough. And I think the first thing to say is, and to explain, is why we had to do it. We inherited a really damaged economy. we did an audit and we discovered an undisclosed £22 billion black hole this year, which we have to fix.
That black hole includes public sector pay rises.
Well, the last government set up the pay review bodies.
Woof. Not a good look here. Not a good look. But what is an audit? I believe she's referring to an audit. At least I think that's what you're talking about. But here, in this particular situation, you know, Kier's dealing with a bunch of stuff all at once, and some of what he's saying is true. They did, in fact, inherit a budget deficit from the former government. The conservative government did, in fact, you know, fuck a bunch of stuff up. They spent a bunch of money on things that was unnecessary. I mean, how many millions of dollars did they give to Rwanda for that terrible plan? Was it $250 million up front? A plan that's not even happening, by the way. It was a stupid plan to begin with. And that's just one of many conservative blunders financially. And, you know, then he's got this whole other thing going on with the apparent gift-giving scandal where he and his wife were apparently receiving a whole bunch of, you know, pretty pricey items. Is it enough money to pay for that $300 per person? No, but it doesn't help, what's the word, optically, in this moment where a Labour government is coming in, a supposedly leftist, or at least left-leaning government is coming in with austerity politics that smell a hell of a lot like a Tory. At least that's my estimation of it from space.
For the public sector. It knew that they would come back with about £9 billion worth of recommendations. Some of those recommendations came back and the government put them on the desk and didn't deal with them. They ran away. But they allocated 0 pence.
Oh my God, those faces she's doing.
That is not the way to run the economy. So I'm not going to accept this challenge that somehow by paying that, because there's a £22 billion black hole.
Well, there's a £22 billion black hole. I hadn't heard about that before. You can see what the...
You want to see her face again? I kind of did too. I'm not going to lie. Can we? Yes, we always can.
Came back and the government put them on the desk and didn't deal with them. They ran away. But they allocated 0 pence towards that settlement. That is not the...
It's like her face does a pop. I don't know how else to describe that.
Well, there's a £22 billion black hole. I hadn't heard about that before. You can see what the Labour strategists were thinking with this. You know, they thought that this was, you know, they were playing four-dimensional chess. What we're going to do, we're going to get into government, and we're going to talk loads and loads about what we've inherited from the Conservatives. So a bit like in the 2010s, people blame the previous guys for all the problems. So obviously, with the Conservatives in the 2010s, it was saying Labour overspent and that's why we got a financial crisis, even though that's not why we got a financial crisis. We got a financial crisis because there was irresponsible lending in the United States. But there we go. That's a different story, a different episode. They thought they could do the same trick. I think one of the reasons it's backfired is because, and again, you could be a bit cynical here, actually, because when the Tories did it, they said, you know, Labour have given us this really terrible inheritance and we're going to attack.
For how long can you do that, though? Right? How long can you pass the proverbial, the other guys gave us this deficit buck until somebody has got to answer for it and just and solve it if it is a big problem. I mean, fact is, you know, the deficit is a different issue for Britain than is the United States to some degree, right? Because their economy is smaller, and you know, this is only one of a number of reasons, but because also, like, Britain is obsessed with having a strong currency, right? And so running up a big deficit can wind up weakening said currency. And that's actually a really big issue. From what I understand, to some degree, it's a big issue in like England, right? I keep saying London. In the UK, like having a strong pound is in fact important. I mean, for a long time, the pound was so strong, right, that it really was, to some degree, just something that benefited everybody who was British, right? It's like your money went way further if you bought things, outside of Britain or whatever else, if you're importing things. I mean, obviously, a lot of that is downstream from the empire that Britain ran for quite a while, if you recall. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of history before. Alright, let's go here. Oh, I forgot. I should have put these. I don't know why I put that in that. This is from the UN. This is from UNGA 2, isn't it? I think this is from UNGA 2. I've failed. I should have left all these UNGAs together. Instead, we have UNGAs just sort of haphazardly strewn about. Alright. Here is Joe Biden urging the world to stop arming generals in Sudan. Which, hey, I mean, he's not wrong. People should definitely stop doing that. Speaking of which, can we talk about a place called the Middle East?
During their discussions, US President Biden and UAE President Zayed both expressed their concern about the growing humanitarian situation in Sudan. Since the war broke out in April of last year, tens of thousands of people have been killed, millions of people have been displaced, and a famine has now been declared. But these discussions come amid growing scrutiny over the UAE's alleged role in the conflict. The Emirates has been...
Oh my god. I had to stop everything from that one chat. Badass just stopped the world just now. I just unga-bunga'd. Yeah, that's totally the reference. And now that you've said that, I feel like I've got to make a video. Like, I think what's coming in hot is like a unga... what do you call it? I'm gonna do a vertical. I'm gonna do like an Unga vertical short. Just gonna be clips from Unga with the Flava Flav song in the background. It's just gonna be Unga Bunga in the background, just for fun, just to lighten things up. Too many problems in the world.
Accused of supporting the RSF by providing them with arms, with ammunition, with drones, and even with intelligence. The Emirates has also reportedly opened a hospital in neighbouring Chad in order to treat RSF soldiers crossing the border. Now, this alleged support continues despite an arms embargo having recently been extended by the UN Security Council, although that embargo has long been criticised for being ineffective. Now, on Wednesday, a separate meeting will be held as part of the UN General Assembly that will focus purely on the humanitarian needs in Sudan. According to the UN, the country has received less than 50% of the aid that it needs.
Yeah.
However, the escalating...
I think it's closer to 25%. You don't know what that is? Okay. Please hold. Wonder how much of this I can listen to without actually getting copyright struck on this this live stream. I'm gonna say about 7 seconds. Here it is. For you. And anybody else who has no idea what I'm talking about. This plus Unga footage.
You ain't gonna understand this. Flavor Flav. Payback. RG. Yo, we gonna slam them with this one here. Kill that mumbo jumbo. Time to rumble in the jungle. Shooting shotguns at the leopards. Even lions is the shepherds. Now I ain't got time to chill, but I'm chillin' with Magilla. And I don't mean at the pet shop, but up in Harlem at the wet shop. Eating on the side of Wetsons. Spending on my loot with the Jetsons. Even the robot drank some oils, so she can lubricate the coils. Tarzan did his best to bust a nut and beat his chest. He was looking me up, so I hunted him down. Then I told everybody in that town, I say, Unga bunga bunga G.
Unga bunga bunga G.
Say unga bunga binga bunga.
Unga bunga binga bunga.
Unga bunga bunga G.
Unga bunga bunga G.
Say unga bunga binga bunga.
I'm just saying, it's perfect. And I would never have thought it had you not said it. But it's just, I don't know why. It's like somehow my brain wasn't connecting those two things. And then I saw it, like I saw it written down and I was like, oh my god. Yes, I'll probably get copyright claimed. But the fact is I make $0.00 off of each and every one of these YouTube videos because I'm still fucking unmonetized. Let's go to this, where apparently Russia is mulling banning the promotion of childless lifestyles, whatever that means. It's been dubbed a crackdown. It's been dubbed a crackdown on the quote-unquote ideology of childlessness, whatever that means. MPs in Russia have tabled a bill outlawing propaganda promoting the choice to not have children. Seems like a choice. And on the streets of Moscow, the proposed ban has caught many by surprise. To be honest, I haven't come across any propaganda on this the child-free lifestyle. I haven't come across any and haven't noticed such a thing. I can't say that I've seen a huge amount of this propaganda or that I've encountered it anywhere online at all. Maybe it just passed me by. So to be honest, I don't think this issue is very relevant to our country now. The proposed ban comes with Russia facing a potential demographic crisis and amid falling birth rates and an aging population. Everybody keeps complaining about this aging population and the falling birth rates of everybody, and it's always for economic reasons. Is the economics. But, you know, seems a little ridiculous. Sounds very J.D. Vancian, if you will. Next, they're going to ban cats. I'm sure we're on our way to. Alright, let's go here. Why am I doing this? This is in the wrong order. These should have been before that. Whatever. Associated Press. Aftermath of Russian glide bomb attack in Ukraine, leaving at least 3 dead. Pretty sure this is in the Kramatorsk region. No, sorry, Kharkiv. Sorry. I said Kramatorsk was wrong. That's Kharkiv, clearly. Now that appears to be an apartment building, at least from what I can tell. Is that just somebody's shelf? Do you see this? The wall's just gone, but the shelf is completely intact. That's wild. Like, everything is still on it. You got, like, appears to be... It's really hard to see from here. But just like somebody's, like, whole kitchen cabinetry just exposed to the street. By the way, I know you're all owed an emotional support character. It's gonna have to come tomorrow, and what you got was, if you didn't hear me, was John Wick, aka Neo, aka Bill? Or was he Ted? I can't remember whether he was Bill or Ted. AKA Keanu Reeves. Alright, let's go here to this very troubling piece of news. Here was Putin earlier yesterday issuing nuclear warnings to the West over Ukraine. On today's agenda, we have an issue related to updating the foundations of state policy in the field of nuclear deterrence. Along with the military doctrine, this is the document that officially defines and details Russia's nuclear strategy. First of all, it defines the basic principle of the use of nuclear weapons, namely that the use of nuclear forces is an extreme measure for the defense of the country's sovereignty. We see that the current military and political situation is changing dynamically, and we must take this into account, including the emergence of new sources of military threats and risks for Russia and our allies. The updated version of the document proposes that aggression against Russia by any non-nuclear weapon state, but with the participation of support of a nuclear weapon state, should be regarded as a joint attack on the Russian Federation. The conditions for Russia's transition to the use of nuclear weapons are also clearly defined. We will consider such a possibility as soon as we receive reliable information about a massive launch of aerospace attack means and their crossing of our state border, meaning strategic or tactical aircraft, cruise missiles, drones, hypersonic missiles, and other aircraft. We reserve the right to use nuclear weapons in the event of aggression against Russia and Belarus as a member of the Union state. All of these issues have been agreed upon with the Belarusian side and with the president of Belarus. Wow. That sounds real fucking stupid, Vlad. But he's saying any use of any what do you call it? Military technology, essentially, with that massively long list that he just put out there, which sounded like it included anything from a bullet to a missile, used by any country from another country that happens to have nuclear weapons will be considered an act of aggression from the country giving the weapons. Now, it'd be interesting if everybody else also turned this sort of, what do you want to call this? Ideology or operation, like operative strategy that he's claiming to have right now. If everybody else also returned this in his direction, he would be having some serious problems. There would be nukes being launched to fucking to Russia. I mean, and to other places, essentially, right? I mean, what is he saying right now? Because it's not like Russia isn't getting help. People could say, "Oh, Russia's getting aid from other countries." Does that count as attacks? But the fact is most of what Vladimir Putin says can be turned around on him. Most of what he accuses other people of doing, he is already doing. So it makes it very hard to take what he is talking about in relation to this seriously at all. Although, I mean, we have to because he's threatening nuclear war. But, you know, it's just, it's weird to have to take somebody clearly gaslighting seriously. It's not an actual operational military strategy, though. Let's fucking hope not. All right, let's go talk about China really quickly here before we go back to the Middle East. Here's Reuters from a day ago discussing recent economic events in China.
China's central bank disappointed markets last week by leaving loan prime rates unchanged. The People's Bank of China caught investors by surprise against just days later with a rash of easing measures, including a 50 basis point cut to the amount of cash that banks must hold as reserves. The move will release $140 billion of cash into the banking system. The central bank also brought good news to the property market with a 50 basis points reduction on existing mortgage rates. With hints of more easing to come later this year, this is a strong message that China's economic planners are finally serious about hitting its annual GDP growth target of around 5%. Still, without substantial fiscal spending, that may not be enough to stem strong deflationary pressures amid a consumer confidence crisis and a property market crash. Beijing, though, is wary of big bang stimulus. In the wake of the financial crisis in 2009, officials unveiled a 4 trillion yuan package that helped contribute to all sorts of problems authorities are still trying to address today, including industrial overcapacity and hidden local government debt. It's perhaps not surprising that the central government has repeatedly ruled out another deluge of stimulus. Instead, the Ministry of Finance will probably continue to roll out piecemeal measures like consumer goods trade-in programs and small-scale infrastructure projects. But with December just a few months...
Small-scale infrastructure project. That looks, you know, when does China do small-scale? And I mean, it's interesting to put these pictures up right after saying small-scale infrastructure projects. The gigantic ghost towns. All right, let's go to this. Here's the Associated Press from a day ago. China test fires intercontinental ballistic missiles into the Pacific Ocean.
A big Chinese missile test, an intercontinental ballistic missile which flew and splashed down somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. It's not surprising that China has a military capability for long-range missiles as well as a nuclear capability. The difference this time is the public nature, a statement from Chinese authorities that came out early explaining about the test that had happened. It was short on detail. It didn't mention things like range and trajectory, but it said that the missile only had a dummy warhead on it.
Okay. It'd be super cool, and this might be a little pie in the sky. It'd be really cool if everybody would just chill on the military stuff. Stop. You know? All the missiles and the bombs. And the drones. Really, all of it. It's probably crazy, though. I'm just saying crazy things. And stuff like this is certain not to help. Here's the Associated Press from 2 days ago. Take two. Funerals held in Saksakya. This is what's fucking me up. Saksakya. I'm pretty sure I'm saying this wrong, but Lebanon. Funerals held in Lebanon for 11 dead in Israeli strikes.
الله أكبر اللهم صل أولئك رفيقا الله أكبر اللهم اغفر إلى رحمتك وأنت غني عن عذابك اللهم إنا
نحن يعني هي أنية التيم يعني مناصرة القضية الفلسطينية والدفاع عن الجنوب وعن ناسنا وعن أهلنا لأنه نحن منسجمين طول حياتنا مع
Sorry.
مبادئنا
Pause.
وكرامتنا ومع عقائدنا
Sorry. Should have been translating, and I wasn't. We have a total belief that we have to continue with the Palestinian cause and defend the South, our people and our families. Because we have been in harmony throughout our lives with our principles. With our dignity and with our beliefs. So praise be to God. I can only say that we want to complete the journey. You know, all this stuff Israel's been doing seems to be making people really upset. Perhaps it's all the killing. This is footage of apparent Hezbollah missile strikes at Tel Aviv. Well, I think that these particular strikes were averted by, once again, the Iron Dome. But this was in a different place in Israel called Safed from around the same time.
וואו, איזה פחד, תראה את כל למעלה, הנה נפל פה, יואו, אני תופס אותה בשידור חי, הנה נפל, הנה, יואו, תראו כמה נפל פה, וואו, יואו, הכל בשידור חי, לא יאמן, לא יאמן, לא יאמן. יואו, תראו אנשים עצרו בצד, תראה כמה נפילות כאן, יואו, תראו ש... יואו,
now let's go here to a sensible place called Democracy Now! To discuss all of this recent developments in Lebanon.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I am Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
At least 22 people have been killed in Lebanon today as the Israeli military continues its bombardment across Lebanon. Israel's expanding the zones of attack with strikes for the first time on the beach resort town of Jiyah, just south of Beirut, and Maisra in the mountains in the north. The death toll over the past 3 days is nearly 600 killed, including over 50 children, 40 women, with more than 1,800 people wounded. Tens of thousands have fled southern Lebanon, many going to Beirut and the coastal city of Sidon, and are sleeping in schools and parks in their cars. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees reports 2 United Nations staffers were among those killed by Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon. Ali Basma worked as a janitor at the UNHCR's Tyre office for 7 years before he was killed in an Israeli strike Monday. And Dina Darwish, a 12-year staff member of UNHCR's Bekaa office, who is featured in UNHCR videos, was killed along with her son in an Israeli strike that seriously injured her husband and another of their children. Another Israeli strike killed cameraman Kamel Karaki of Al-Manar TV. Meanwhile, Hezbollah launched dozens of rockets at Israel, including a long-range missile fired toward Tel Aviv that was intercepted by Israeli air defense systems. The UN Security Council has scheduled an emergency meeting on Lebanon today at the request of France. For more, we go to Beirut, where we're joined by...
Wow, France being sensible. Interesting. Finally, a Western country waking up to what's happening over here. Because I've been calling for a special meeting at the UNSC for a while now. Seeing as Israel is a member of the UN Security Council and they're attacking a different member of the UNSC, that being Lebanon, it seems like the sort of thing that we need to have a, kind of like a quick sort of discussion over what the fuck is going on in this moment as a supposedly united group of nations maintaining security.
Mesjoub. She's Amnesty International's Deputy Director for the Middle East and North Africa. Welcome to Democracy Now! Aya, since you're right there in Beirut, just describe the scene on the ground in the country.
I mean, the onslaught that started Monday was really unprecedented. We saw tens and tens and tens of thousands of families hastily pack up their bags, leave their homes without any idea where they're going to next. All across Beirut now, you see cars that are parked with displaced families that have nowhere to go. The strikes have been expanding. There's a lot of misinformation around. People are paranoid about another pager walkie-talkie attack. I mean, the situation is really devastating. And Amy, there's, I really want to put the death count into perspective here. In a single day on Monday, more than 500 people were killed. And that is a really astounding number. It is one of the highest daily death tolls in recent global wars. It is higher than most daily death tolls in Gaza in the past year. In Gaza, despite the horrific Israeli onslaught, it took 18 days for the death count to reach 500. This happened in Lebanon in about 24 hours. In 2006, the 33-day war that took place between Hezbollah and Israel resulted in 1,100 deaths over 33 days. We've already achieved half of that in just 24 hours. So the numbers are really unprecedented, and you see major panic across the entire country. People don't know where is safe anymore. The Israelis have expanded the areas that they're targeting. They're not limited to some areas in South Lebanon along the border and in the Bekaa. They've really expanded inwards into coastal cities, into mountains in the north. It really feels like nowhere is safe, and people are very much at a loss for what to do and where to go.
This cannot be what it looks like it's about to be. Can't be this. Cannot be a Gaza 2.0. This cannot be a, continuation of all. This all just needs to end. It's gone on too fucking long. We are 10 days away from the 1-year anniversary of October 7th. And the fact is, if the world doesn't manage to stop this before a year, which is, like I said, 10 days from now, then we've failed, I think. Just clearly. Essentially, I think it's undeniable. But, not that 10 days difference is going to make a, you would think. But hey, maybe I'm being too pessimistic. Maybe something will happen. France just called a UNSC special meeting, so fingers crossed, everybody. Knock on wood. They got the desk here. Sephardic Jews are Spanish. They're also from the northern parts of Africa, Morocco specifically. What was I doing? Oh, right. Let's go to this. A nonsense place. Went from a sensible place and we're going to a nonsense place. A place called the Pentagon Briefing Room. Here's Sabrina Singh taking questions in the light of Israel's attacks on Lebanon.
Marking 3 years of enhanced security partnership, and provides an opportunity for Secretary Austin to meet his UK
Sabrina.
and Australia.
We're not going to listen to this whole fucking statement of hers. This is a bunch of nonsense. When does she get done reading? What was that little glance right there? Okay, there we go. I think that's where she...
Is it safe to assume that this means a reduction in the forces that are there from the 2,500?
I think we'll have more to share this week.
Okay. Secondly, the status of the refueler that's been damaged, and do you know anything else about what caused it to either run aground or run into something?
To not only destroy Hezbollah's infrastructure, but also prepare for a possible ground invasion. Just a general military chief, I think.
The damage.
That's right. We're investigating the incident. Great. Okay, Idris, and welcome back.
Israel's military chief, I think earlier today, said that strikes in Lebanon would continue in order to not only destroy Hezbollah's infrastructure, but also prepare for a possible ground invasion. Just a general comment, and do you see a ground invasion as likely or even imminent?
Good question.
So in terms of a ground incursion or ground invasion...
It's a great question. I'm excited to hear Sabrina's answer to this.
Or even imminent?
So in terms of a ground incursion or ground invasion, that's really for the Israelis to speak to. We certainly don't want to see any action taken that could lead to further...
Of course. Always leaving Israel to speak to everything that's bad and uncomfortable to answer to. Like a fucking full-on invasion, like Israel has been projecting it's going to do out loud to everybody. Just wow. Okay. All right. Keep going, Sabrina. What else you got?
In the region, we still believe that there is time and space for diplomacy.
Really?
We want to see a diplomatic resolution and a solution to prevent an all-out war. But in terms of, the Israeli operations, I'd have to refer you to them to speak to that.
And just to follow up, last week I think the secretary had near daily calls with his Israeli counterpart. He hasn't spoken with them since the 22nd. Is there any reason for that? And should we expect any conversations between the two of them in the coming days?
I think you can expect them to continue to engage. Just because they haven't spoken every day doesn't mean that, our teams haven't been in communication.
Yeah, but now would seem like a really important time to be communicating, right? And that lapse of talking does leave one to start thinking questions to oneself. It's a convenient number of days there. Seems like, especially at this time, this came out yesterday now, right? Hold on. No, this was actually, I think, Wednesday evening. So 5 days before that. I mean, that was basically like directly after the pager attacks. I mean, seems a little in timeline. I'm just saying.
Again, he engages with Minister Golan on a pretty regular basis, and when we have more to share on when the next call happens, we'll certainly read it out. But just because he hasn't had one every single day this week doesn't mean that we're not engaging with the Israelis. You've seen, maybe not from this building, but other agencies part of this administration engaging their Israeli counterparts. So we're continuing that dialogue.
Wow. Listen to us being so helpful, dialoguing, supposedly. If you say so, Sabrina, I don't know what that dialoguing would even be getting us, if we're even having it. But at this point, it should be stern warnings and actual notifications of having crossed clear red lines, like, I don't know, international law. It's the first thing that comes to mind. All right, let's go to this. Here's a question that Sabrina didn't want to answer, so BBC will answer it for us. Apparently, Israeli army chief tells troops that Lebanon strikes are actually preparation ahead of an invasion.
You're live with BBC News. I'm Anna Foster here in Beirut as fears continue to grow of a further escalation in the conflict here in the Middle East. We've heard just in the last hour the chief of Israel's defense forces speaking to soldiers on the northern border, telling them to prepare for a ground invasion into southern Lebanon. And we also heard the UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer talking about that and other world conflicts and crises at the UN in New York. Of course, countries from around the world meeting for the General Assembly, and our Sumi Somaskanda is there and has been following developments over the last few days. And Sumi, when you hear the calls there for de-escalation, but here in the Middle East, the messages, the sounds, the noise and the fury is very different. Are they expecting at the UN General Assembly to have an impact on what's happening here?
Anna, that really is the most striking difference that I'm seeing right now. These tones of escalation that you're witnessing on the ground there in Lebanon, so different to these calls for de-escalation, for a ceasefire, as we've now heard from the British Prime Minister. And there certainly is an optimism because you do have world leaders gathered here, the sense that President Biden, the British Prime Minister, of course, Sir Keir Starmer, and world leaders gathered here are the ones who, at least
yeah, I mean,
the sidelines of the summit.
At least the people here could potentially solve this. They've also been the people not solving this whole time. I'm not sure why being in proximity to one another would suddenly change that. There's been like, what, a dozen different sort of quasi-peace negotiation held by different Middle East countries over the last year. American diplomats have been there. Qatari diplomats. Israeli diplomats. Even Hamas. Although Israel did recently assassinate the head negotiator for Hamas, furthering the peace talks. I'm sorry, further ruining peace talks. Whoopsies. Alright, let's go on here to this. Here's the AP. Weird. It's weird how Sabrina doesn't answer questions, but everybody else is willing to tell us.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Here's the AP telling us that Israel's preparing for possible ground operations in Lebanon. Seems like everybody knows but you, Sabrina. What's happening right now? You hear the jets overhead? We've been striking all day. This is both to prepare the ground for your possible entry and to continue degrading Hezbollah. Today, Hezbollah expanded its range of fire, and later today, they will receive a very strong response. Prepare yourselves. You will go in, destroy the enemy there, and decisively destroy their residents. These are the things that will allow us to later return the residents to the safety. Oh, I see. So, destroying the residents will help return the residents. That makes sense.
More Israeli airstrikes, this time with a new threat. The Israeli army releasing video showing the military chief stating the airstrikes are to degrade Hezbollah and possibly prepare the ground for IDF troops to enter. The army released the video hours after Hezbollah launched a ballistic missile more deadly and with greater range than a mere rocket at Tel Aviv, closing in on or crossing more thresholds for wider war.
We've been working tirelessly with partners to avoid a full-blown war and to move to a diplomatic process.
A former diplomat says Israel likely doesn't want a ground war, but pummeling Hezbollah hasn't worked.
Right now, in the middle of what we're seeing.
Wow. Oh, but pummeling Hezbollah hasn't worked. You know, there's another option, right? Global News doesn't want you to know, to remember this, but there is another option, of course. It's to stop the war. It's to, stop the genocide in Gaza. Hezbollah's made it just perfectly clear. They've said it like 10,000 times. We've heard it at least half a dozen times on this stream from different Hezbollah members. At this point, if you don't know that that's why Hezbollah is striking Israel, then you're not paying enough attention. Or you're listening to Global News and just taking it for fact. Why isn't this playing? What is happening? Whoa.
Amos Hochstein or Blinken or President Biden are not going to be successful.
Allen tells Global News Israel wants to push the terrorist group behind a buffer zone to protect citizens like this man.
Now, remember, this is the exact same thing that
wants to push the terrorist group behind a buffer zone.
Now, remember, this is what Russia is claiming they're doing in Ukraine. Okay, so if the United States and the rest of you know, the NATO allies accept this, then it creates this fucking complete, just beyond hypocrisy to accept this sort of rationale. Buffer zone? Come on. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with your fucking buffer zone. If this isn't a red line for the United States, then I don't think there are. I mean, well, I think we know there pretty much aren't any red lines that have really stuck their heads out so far. It'd be nice if one did. If you know, one of these just wildly problematic and illegal things that Israel choose to do at one time or another would cause the West to draw a line, or obvious escalations in the Middle East, any of the sort of things that we keep saying we don't want. It'd be great to see them actually become an actual red line. So far, none have actually materialized. Let's go here. Euro News. Oh my god. Something weird is fucking happening to... What is that? Hear that sound?
See, we put out a statement for a 21-day ceasefire along the Israeli-Lebanese border. We were able to generate significant support from Europe as well as the Arab nations. It's important this war not widen. I'll have more to say about it tomorrow.
What do we have to generate support from Europe for? For what? Jesus fucking Christ. So yeah, there was Joe Biden saying that in contravention to what we just saw and Israel's desire to create a further situation in Israel and establish some supposed new Lebanese border north a few degrees. Apparently Joe Biden wants a 21-day ceasefire. That was 23 hours ago from the Associated Press. Here's 8 hours later in southern Lebanon. This doesn't seem like a ceasefire to me. So clearly Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, the IDF, they don't give a fuck what Joe Biden has to say about their military operations. All they want to hear is, yes, we're sending the check. Yes, we're sending the bomb. Yes, we're sending the planes. You know, that's all that they want to hear. No input on any of this. Just to reinforce that, let's go here. This is Benjamin Netanyahu himself. This is 3 hours after that. Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot. This piece of shit just arrived in the United States to speak at UNGA. This piece of fucking shit. He's in the United States. During the flight, I gave approval for the elimination of the head of the unmanned aerial vehicle unit and other things, and he was eliminated. My policy, our policy, is clear. We are going to continue striking Hezbollah with full force, and we will not stop until we reach all of our goals, chief among them, the return of the residents of the North securely to their homes. Don't know what that means. I mean, I know what it means. I know what he's saying. What it sounds like he's saying is that they're just going to obliterate Lebanon until, I don't know, it's big enough space between the habitated part and the uninhabited part and northern Israel, and that's when they're going to call it a day. But certainly no mention of Biden's desire for a 21-day ceasefire. Sounds more like a 21-day fucking problem, at least, and considering the range of the recent activities, if you will. Probably longer. If no actual stop is put to this. No more little fucking press conferences outside of, like, yeah, and that's not even a press conference, but no saying, oh, we want this offhand to the media. Biden has to grow some fucking balls if they, you know, if he actually wants this ceasefire. But I don't know. I don't think he does actually want it. I think he agrees with Israel's general goals. Like, the fact that he said he needed to get a coalition from Europe to begin with is what sort of red flags that whole thing for me. Completely devoid of any of, you know, my previous, like, knowledge on the situation, right? Just the idea of him needing that. Why? In this particular station, Europe provides like 5% of the aid to Israel. All right, slightly more than that. But, you know, like, the United States provides like 95%. Once again, I'm exaggerating, but really not by very much. And, you know, it's clearly entirely incumbent upon the United States to put an end to this, to tell Benjamin Netanyahu that's enough. But he hasn't even come close to saying that's enough. Now, here was this video from 11 hours ago showing drone attacks. Apparent drone attack in Eilat, Israel. This was earlier this afternoon. Well, this afternoon in America. Holy shit. Appears to be some sort of port, I think. Although maybe a mine? It's hard to tell. Hold on, let me go back a little further here. So you can kind of see the, yeah, you can see like the cranes over here. That's technically kind of our second to last video. So I'll give you a round of applause now. But the last thing we're gonna watch is at least a few snippets of this. What's it called? I want to call it IQ. But that's not what it's called anymore. Open to debate between Mehdi Hasan and Elon Levy. But we will not be watching the whole thing. Absolutely not.
She has accused Israel of blocking aid trucks, killing aid workers,
hold on.
starving children. Cindy McCain.
Starting from the beginning.
Ooh. Good evening, everybody. I am so sorry about the late start. I
forgot about this, though.
A few minutes ago, I was trying to place a piece.
We don't need this. This dude, I'll be real. I hated him. I really didn't like him at all. His moderating was maybe some of the most garbage I've ever seen. I mean, not the most garbage. We've seen Piers Morgan before. But it's not shocking. Open to Debate is funded by a right-wing think tank member, if I'm not mistaken, and or at least so it's at least to some degree a right-leaning organization. But this guy, instead of not moderating like Piers Morgan and like arguing like an actual this guy did actual moderation, but he did it in a way that was just so pedantic and frustrating that I wanted to punch him like half the time.
Mehdi, you are founder, editor-in-chief, and CEO of Zeteo, host of Al Jazeera's Head to Head, an award-winning journalist. Welcome to Open to Debate.
Thank you for having me.
You hate Elon Levy? Yeah, that's a given. That's a gimme. We all hate Elon. Or Elon, whatever. We're calling him Elon Levy. That seems better.
And gentlemen, thanks each of you for being here tonight. Let's start it with a handshake, and then we can begin the debate.
Glad to take this offline. Thank you.
He's such a creep.
So let's get to our opening statements. We want each of you to take a few minutes to explain why you're answering yes or no to our question: were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified? And when I say were, I just want to be clear, we chose that word to talk about.
You'd wear gloves? Yeah, hopefully Mehdi brought some Purell at least. Hold on, we're going to skip past this idiot's opening statement. It's just, it's like about 10, I don't know exactly how long he gets. I think it's about 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Either way, it's about 5 or 6 minutes of pure lies and hateful rhetoric.
Hasan, you are answering no in answer to the question, were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified?
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, the question, were they justified? Were the actions justified?
And it would be great if you didn't feel the need to respond to the personal attack, because it'll waste time.
We'll decide when we get there, John. Were they justified? No, obviously not. Of course not. October the 7th, I think we can all agree, was a crime, a war crime, right? We can all agree on that. And taking hostages is a war crime. And those hostages should be released. But to destroy an entire place, an entire people in response is never justified. Never justified. How are we still I don't understand how we're debating this more than 40,000 deaths later. I don't understand how we're still debating this sitting in the comfort of New York, 7,000 miles away from a place that the UN Secretary General has called hell on earth. Justified? Justified? Was Israel justified in carrying out one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history, according to Dr. Robert Pape at the University of Chicago, dropping 500-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs on schools, hospitals, universities, bookstores, libraries, mosques, churches, refugee camps, apartment buildings, cemeteries, destroying a higher percentage of buildings in northern Gaza than the Allies destroyed in Dresden during World War II, reducing Gaza to 42 million tons of rubble while they got people out of the way? How is that justified? Dropping a bomb, for example, on a 6-story apartment building in central Gaza last October, killing more than 100 people inside, including more than 50 children, with no Hamas target in sight, according to Human Rights Watch, with no explanation offered by the Israeli military. Even till today, was that justified, Elon? Was Israel justified in telling people to go to safe zones and then bombing them and killing them in those safe zones? According to NBC, there were 7 deadly airstrikes between January and April in areas that the Israeli military had specifically designated as safe zones, killing Palestinian civilians like Sabrine Sakani, who was 30 weeks pregnant at the time. She was killed in a safe zone in April. Her little baby, newborn baby, died less than a week later. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of kids in Gaza, 16,000 children, turning Gaza into what the UN has called a graveyard for children? According to Save the Children, killing more kids in the first 3 weeks that were killed globally in each of the past 4 years, killing little kids like 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her 15-year-old sister Leanne, firing 335 bullets into the car they were in. 335 bullets. And then killing the 2 paramedics who went to try and rescue them. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of aid workers in Gaza? Right? A record number. Targeting again and again, systematically, car by car, according to Chef Jose Andres. A specifically, explicitly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy killing 7 aid workers in the process. Was that justified? Was Israel justified in starving the people of Gaza, using food and water as a weapon of war, to quote both the EU and Oxfam? Was Israel justified in blocking aid trucks from going into Gaza simply because they carry things like crutches, nail clippers, and even chocolate croissants, according to the Washington Post? Was Israel justified in raping, sodomizing Palestinian detainees who were charged with no crimes whatsoever? Putting hot rods up their rectums, amputating their limbs, according to CNN and the New York Times. Was that rape and torture justified, Elon? Israel, according to the ICC chief prosecutor, who put out a statement calling for the arrest of Elon's former boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that Israel may have military goals, legitimate goals, but the way they're carried out, killing innocent people, starving people, is criminal, he said. Criminal, think about that. Elon Levy is a former spokesperson for a man who the ICC chief prosecutor once arrested for war crimes. Elon himself has produced a number of lies, sorry John, in service of those war crimes. He has a bunch of tweets still up tonight which say that babies were beheaded on October the 7th, babies were baked in ovens, babies were ripped from their mother's wombs. October 7th was bad enough, but Elon had to exaggerate it for atrocity purposes. Those tweets are still up. Why would you trust anything this man says to you tonight? Look, he's here to gaslight you, to defend the indefensible, to excuse the inexcusable, to justify the unjustifiable, but you don't need to. Tonight you can choose to be on the side not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak tonight, as we speak, by Elon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Elon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this horrific and homicidal motion. Thank you.
Now, let's go here. This is a clip Mehdi himself clipped with his own bare hands. Hand-clipped clips by Mehdi Hasan.
You really care about the hostages.
Let me ask you. We got
I
a
have
little
a
stunt going
spare
on
hostage pin.
We have a
here.
little stunt
If you
here.
want to show them you care, you're welcome to put it on your account.
Wow, pearl
You saw
clutching.
that very, very performative outrage there from Elon there. To be clear, don't you lecture me about hostages when your government has killed more hostages than it has rescued. That's on you. That's on you.
Boom.
I will
Oh, it's on
happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages and...
I'm sorry. It's not. You can't blame Hamas for bombs that you dropped. Okay, it's Hamas's fault we dropped the bombs on the hostages.
That's on you. That's on you. And I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages and no, let me finish. And I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support the release? Do you support the release of Palestinians?
Let's wear it together.
I do not support
Do you support
the
the
release
release
of terrorists.
of Palestinian children? Do you support the release of Palestinian children being
Mr. Hassan,
tortured?
anyone who is...
Let's get some space here. He can't answer the
Mr.
question.
Hassan, he won't get on the hostage pin.
I support the...
Jeez, got heated.
release of all innocent people. Mehdi? Doesn't.
All right. I think that was a very effective bit of rhetoric there, if you will. Which, I mean, hard to call it. Well, essentially that is what it is, though, right? And Mehdi is very effective in general as a debater, and I think calling him out on the two-sided nature of this thing, which Elon Levy continues to try and make completely one-sided. You heard him earlier, blaming Israel's bombs on Hamas as if somehow Israel doesn't make its own choices to drop bombs on civilians and or its own civilians, let alone he sort of, in a way, just very deftly reversed the narrative on him there. Well, we made it through another stream. It was long and difficult, but thankfully we had each other. That's gonna be it for me. Shall I see you next time? You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mehdi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Inner Planet Janet, Techno Epoch, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All the people here help produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. Your space benefits await.